Hello everybody, welcome back to Wappleville. We're going to be doing a bus tonight here because I wasn't able to get the Army of the Dead prepped. We did actually make some reference pictures there in the GPTs. You can see we got all kinds of chromey stuff going on. I thought we'd do something different than what I did on a tutorial video because why do the same thing twice, right? Let's do something new here. We're going to give this again. Now this one is printed on a resin printer. This one FDM style, much bigger. You can see we kind of infused it with the Erickson bust. Here we had to use that's actually a Loot Studios plinth right there. We're just going to start out simple here. Super simple. We're just going to start doing a little bit of lighter. Where's the, there's the paint. Great. That's what we wanted there. Just something simple here, just to get things underway. Now it shows the hair and the cloth, if you want to call it that, as copper. I think I might just go with only the cloth over there as copper. We'll figure out something else for the hair. What that might be, I don't know. Not sure at this point. Again, this is not a zenithal or anything like that. We want to have something that we can actually mix with here. It's a super light dry brush. Don't want a whole bunch of paint sitting on this. We don't need a whole bunch of paint sitting on this. I don't think we're going to do a whole ton of the darker glaze stuff. I don't know if that's really all that necessary. So I think I'm going to go with the more of the violet stuff on the hair. I'm going to roll with that. And then on the skin part, if you want to call it that, again, more of a bluish tone there. That kind of sky blue. Yeah, okay, fine. We'll hit this too. More. And then, I think we got ourselves this. There's a smaller one of these guys. So there is the. That's that sky blue I was talking about here. Let me soften up this here brush. Yeah, we'll use that. Mix it with the sky blue. Start to lighten this up a bit more, right, Landrast? So, hey there, and hello to everybody. If you got the crew over there watching. I have to say, Landrast, that tape does actually work. Now that I know it does, well, we'll just kind of we'll work with it, you know, under the understanding that you gotta have like a really flat surface for it to go on. It doesn't want to be on a rough surface. So yeah, we're just doing another version of this bust right here. So Landris, that curing is the, well, I don't know if it's curing or the cleaning or whatever. That's just not, for whatever reason, it is not working still. It's almost like nothing wants to cure, and that these are all brand new jars of resin. I started to think maybe it was for whatever reason, my curing light, even though it works, it's not working, if you know what I mean. That maybe it's not giving it just enough UV, so I actually put things out in the sun today. I'm not sure that really did anything. I mean, I can try it again tomorrow. I even started using, the little glow light, the little curing light that comes with that UV resin. I even started using that to see if I could just kind of do a more like specific cure. I would just like take some of the bases or whatever and see if that would work. All right, let me get my reference up here so I can actually see it. We need some light stuff in a few areas here, like I think we're doing that here. Looks like that's going up here. Looks like that's gonna go, well, of course it does not show that here, but we'll just we know we want it there. Oh yeah, that should get some too. Definitely up here for sure. So, and just hopefully things going good. Yeah, that spray paint land dress, that's the stuff that I found on Dick Blick. It was on clearance, and I did, well, okay, fine, let's just try it. And that stuff's really darn good. I couldn't believe the difference land dress. I kind of used a thing of primer because they gave us a whole bunch of it at the Adepticon thing. And I'm outside with the window open. I got my respirator thing on. I'm like, holy smokes, man. Now I know why that stuff is foam safe. Because, man, that is a big, big, big difference. I think I need a little, yeah, a little reflection there. Landrest, I thought those had already gotten some kind of paint on, like some kind of spray paint. But those were the first one, well, what, December of 23? Yeah, that was December of 2023 Landrest. That was when I first started doing the FDM stuff. It's kind of come a long way since then, right, Landrest? Oh, yeah, almost forgot this over here. Almost, but I didn't. We need reflected light down there. Oh, and that's it, right. We're doing the Cylon thing. We were going to give it kind of a that sort of greenish glow. No, no, not the reddish glow, sorry. That's what I did on the video. Here we want something different. Nah, why do we... Didn't want the schnoz to be covered there. Where's that sky blue again? Here. Also, right, no, even more. Well, that's actually the manganese. Oh, it's a manganese blue. Yeah, I should. What was it? What's the phrase there, Landris? Oh, you apply yourself. Yes, I should apply myself more. That's remember that. Remember that term. If you only applied yourself, you might actually amount to something, right, Landris? Wow, there's still. I really tried to clean these suckers out. There's still our Spacescape color coming out of there again. We did a whole bunch of them, right? 4 more. We got 16 of these things, Landrast. Well, you save yourself the disappointment, right, Landrast, if you just assume failure and just work from there. Uh, oh, actually, Landrast, right now there's some genuine sales going on over at Dick Blick. The liner brushes, they're 480 something. I mean, that's at least 60, 70 cents less, maybe almost 80 cents less than usual. And it seems like the paints are actually less expensive. I actually got some because, well, we're going to need them for the Adepticon class. And yes, there will be the Adepticon class. So people get ready for that because that's going to be a thing. Apparently. Let's do this. Like so. Actually, Landris, this, oh, you know what, Landris? This might be interesting for another metal exercise here. Yeah, maybe, because I got that big old FDM printed bust, maybe. Not for non-metallic, but for TMM, I guess you would say. Actually, it's kind of funny, Landris, because the email I just got the other day was all about in store, so that's why I wasn't really looking. I had no choice because I think I've run all out of thinner. Like literally, I thought I had 2 containers, but I think I've used up both containers. Of course, if there's another one sitting around, it's no big deal. It'll get used. But I don't know. Might have to snag some more stuff there. But it did mention in-store or whatever sales, so why not, right, Landrast? And actually, I did some of the new spray cans showed up today, and I used it on the City of the Dead, that Moria board. I got more Moria terrain. I got to spray like a ton of Moria terrain that I got to spray out. See if I can. I don't know if I'll be doing that tomorrow. Maybe Sunday. Look at that little bit of reflecty stuff there, just like you do. Again, little glowy reddish whatever's there. Let me darken the sides of that down with this kind of reddish orange again here. And then I think we're also going to try and have a little bit of that spread out there. Who knows, maybe even a little bit of it out there on the base. Now that's right, we were thinking about should these have a glow to them or not. It might. Now let's do something different. I mean, if we don't like it, we'll just cover it up. Maybe the deeper they go, the more of the orange they have. More orange, I guess. Here. And then maybe something like that. I don't know, let's see how this goes. I mean, we can go a heck of a lot later than this. We can go a whole bunch later. I think, no, that's got a little bit of the blue in it. We don't want that tainted at all. Alright, more of the yellow in there. Don't want to go too light too quick here, but since all of our fluorocolors are translucent anyway, I mean, it wouldn't be all that hard to knock that back down again, so not a big deal. Am I zoomed in all the way here? I think so. Yep, zoomed in all the way. Fine, more of the white then. Also thinner, I think. Yeah, that did it. Oh, this is really taking a long time, right? Landress, this is 15 whole minutes here. Again, that's the whole notion, right, Landris? If we just applied ourselves, we'd actually get somewhere. Fine. More of the, what, maybe a touch of the Indian yellow. Come on, there we go. A little more thinner too. Well, that is really, really different than what we did in our video. Again, I'll put this up tomorrow. This one right here. That is very, very different. Of course, we are gearing up for a big old Saturday. College football returns, and there's actually it's not just Texas, Ohio State. There's LSU and the school from Indiana. That's not Indiana University. There's that game. That's the a night game. Then no, that's the Sunday night. That's right. LSU Clemson. Yes, that's the Saturday night game. That is going to be something. Let's not go too bright with this. Yeah, I don't like it. We can. Now we made adjustments to this stuff on the tutorial vid also. Extend these out a little. More. Man, that actually goes up. I forgot already. Well, maybe these further bits here didn't really show up so much on the FDM printed one. That is possible. Definitely is possible. Let's keep. Nah, more thinner again. Away we go here. More of our orangey stuff there. No, no, no. Gotta be careful there. We're just ripping away paint. We're not actually moving paint. We're just removing it. You don't want that. No, and yeah, I thought so. It's like, I don't think we did anything over here with this lighter stuff. I thought so. But that's okay because it had a chance to set for a little bit. Let's do a little something on those, and then maybe this right here. Of course, the first game was it? I think Illinois won by 53 or 56. Something tells me they're not winning too many more games by that margin. I know they're, I think, either 11th or 12th or something like that. But then, was it just last year, the year before, that Florida State was #1 in the preseason poll? And then they proceeded to lose 10 games. Man lost most of their team. They actually just left. Okay, not too much more of that. All right, let's start to branch out here with some darks. We got some of the Mars black there. Payne's a gray. And we have to start thinking about almost like some sky earth type of stuff here. Uh, yeah, let's do that. Oh, that also is just regular hair there too. Blending. Ah, here's a blending brush. We'll use this guy. Nice to see you there, Sector X. I hope that you're doing well. So here we are. So yeah, Sector X still haven't had a chance to look at the bamboo site there. Yeah, and I also have to just kind of move some stuff around in that area and just say, okay, is there enough room for this? Also, too, I only have. I don't think I want to plug it into two of them into one UPC. So that's the other thing is, do I also have to get another UPC then? Because I'm very glad, even though it's never been one of those things where I needed the UPC because some kind of power went out or something like that. I do still like the idea of each one on its own UPC. I just think that is the much safer way to do things. Basically, everything is on UPCs here. Every computer, the router, every printer, all of it on UPCs. I'm kind of thinking, Landress, that's not quite a normal situation. Actually, most people don't even have one UPC, right? Actually, Landress, I wouldn't be surprised if most companies don't have UPCs, much less regular folks. Wouldn't mind a few of those, right, Sectrix? That would come in handy. It would actually mean, Sectrix, that maybe I could actually get some kind of sleep at some point. Yeah, not quite a pin line wash there by any stretch of the imagination. What have I been using? That's what I've been using for a wee spot of a blending brush there. Touch a little bit of it there. A little something there. Blending brush again. You know, like this whole kind of light, dark, that sort of thing. That, I think that's also hair. Let's darken that down. Nice to see you there, Camda. So, Camda, I'll send you a picture of some of the stuff that I was spraying. with some of the new cans of spray paint today. Now starting to, I realized that I gotta spray the Moria stuff too. Printing out more Moria stuff, printing out more dull Amaroth stuff. Now, fine, I'll just grab this. There's some of that Mars Violet. And then some of our fabulous Terra Rosa. So Camda, thanks again for the coal black, because what I'll do is I'll just have that be one of the colors in the class for next year at Adepticon. Not again that we wanted to get used to use it in black, but well, I was gonna say, Canada, there seems to be a genuine sale going on with Dick Blake, but so yeah, Camden, I was almost thinking of expanding. You know, that video that we were talking about doing. I was thinking about actually expanding that to maybe even include, well, the Radiant colors, but maybe some of the things that would make up the Radiant colors, if that makes any sense. Yep, Canada, that is it is definitely going to see some usage, no doubt about it. So appreciate that, Camda. Well, and of course the share in there, so that we can do some genuine Aussie rules. Yeah, I have to inflate that one. I have to use it. No, wait a minute. This is what I want. At the block party there. I have to show all the kiddies how to play Aussie rules. Where did you go? I think I'm. So some of the Mars yellow deep there. Hey there, Horns fan. How you doing? So Horns fan, it's too bad there's no marquee games or anything like that to lead off the first week of college football season. I mean, it's there's all it is just, Illinois versus Northwest Southern Middle Tennessee Appalachian Canada State or whatever. Yeah, there's no important games, right, Torrance fan? Nothing that might impact the college playoff or something like that. That's for sure. Absolutely nothing like that. So I guess it's going to be a very boring Saturday for you there, Horns fan. Especially not at 11 a.m. Central Time. Or is that 10 a.m. Central, Horns fan, or is that 11? Because they keep, it says 11 a.m., but that could be Eastern Time. So Horns fan, we did another one of our Spacescape things there. So we did 4 Spacescapes last night. Yep, did 4 of them. That's just a couple of them right there. So it is 11 Central. Okay, that's good. Since even that time would be about 2 hours after I actually get to sleep. So, needless to say, we ain't getting any sleep, right? Right, Horns fan? Thanks, Horns fan. Now, Horns fan, we still don't know who is being featured on Fansville this season, do we? They couldn't possibly make it be Arch Manning, could they? I mean, we already saw what's that. I think it's the last 3, right? Right, Horns fan. I think it's at least the last 3. Let me keep working some of this in here. Now, out here, a little later, like that. I mean, was he actually? He wasn't actually on there last season, right? Or was that just once where Ewers just mentioned him? Yeah, I think Ewers just mentioned him, and that was it. I don't think he was actually on there. Because that would be the proverbial kiss of death, wouldn't it, Horns fan? Oh, and Horns fan, we did another one of our BSG ships. So this is our Monday stream here. A little bit of a different type of ship because it doesn't have the launch bays on it. The recovery bays doesn't have those. So a very different type of ship right there. And now, Horns fan, this video will be going up on the Patreon page, well, after the stream tonight. This is obviously a little different version of it right there. Where is... Ah, there it is. Now, I think what I'm going to try to do... We'll leave this, have a chance to set over here. So, yeah, I think you saw the very impressive win by Illinois over, again, a... shall we say, not exactly a Power 5 conference school. So sort of the opposite. Got this manganese blue hue over here. To try and add even a bit more of our blue there. So Horns fan, these are just ships that he's made up. So yeah, once we got past Galactica, all the other ships, well, with the exception of I think the Loki class, they're all just stuff that he made up. I mean, obviously you got Galactica, you got Pegasus, and I think the only, and obviously then there's the classic era stuff. But most of the ships that he's got are not, they're not of the classic era. They're pretty much of the 2000s era BSG. Hey there, Michael. How you doing? I hope that ReaperCon is going fantastic. We were just talking about ReaperCon. Hopefully, well, I'm sure you've done at least one of your classes already, maybe two, right? Everybody, please give Michael Paint Minis a follow. And of course, well, if you're not at ReaperCon yet and you're fixing to go, well, Michael, it's worth it. Why don't you post your class stuff in there again? Post your class stuff in there. What the heck? So Horns, actually, no. Camda, does he? I didn't see a Pegasus, and all of those ships that he did, I did not see a Pegasus. But I think you said there is one. It must be several pages in or something, Camda, because I never saw a Pegasus. Now, again, that doesn't mean that there's not one. It just means that I didn't see one. So, Horns fan, yeah, if there ever is, if I do find that he's got actually a Pegasus, we'll print it out. Geez, that thing's going to have to be rather monstrous. I know that Pegasus is supposed to be way bigger than Galactica, but we can't make it quite that big. You know what? I'm going to hit that with a little bit more of my sky blue there. So there you go. There you go, Horns fan. There's the link to it right there. Thanks, Cam, for putting that up there. So we've already done 5 of 6. Well, that's and number 6 is full. Well, that's fantastic, Michael. Now, Michael, hopefully you got all of your stuff into the MSP. I know it can be it can get kind of hairy, right? Trying to do all the stuff, the classes, get your stuff into the MSP and everything. And again, everybody, please give Michael Paint Minis a follow too. So yeah, I'm pretty sure that they said that Pegasus was like twice the size of Galactica or something insane like that. I could be wrong. but I believe it was some kind of insanely much bigger ship than Galactica. Aha, so you were being cheeky there. Now again, this is that same violet that we put on our spacescape there. So Hornspan, you've got ReaperCon, you've got Nova Open, and you have DragonCon. So Armored Wolf is at DragonCon. Another member of the Alaska crew is at Nova Open, at least until I think Sunday. And then, of course, you got ReaperCon going on right now. And that is where Michael Paints Mini is. Let me see. Ooh, sorry about that, Michael. Oops. Gee whiz. Sorry that got a little bit verschmizzled there. It's really weird to think that, well, Saturday is kind of the big day. I mean, it's not that Friday's not a big day there, but Saturday really is, that's the big one, of course, right? With, what is it, about 8 or 9 that they start the awards thing? Now, are they starting that off, Michael, with, say, something like the Reaper Hall of Fame announcements or something like that, and then the contest? It's been a few years, right? So my memory is not super clear. Well, at least you got yourself, like I said, an extra entry. Didn't know you were gonna have one. So everybody, please check out that link that Michael Paint Minis just posted. Everybody, please give Michael Paint Minis a follow too. That would be sensational. Now we want to also get here a little reflected light here. Also over here. Blending brush, like you do. Of course, we've been really working on this for quite some time. This is 38 whole minutes. I guess we're slowing down, Camda. It took 38 minutes to get this far. Gee whiz, what's happening here? It's like we practically forgot what we were doing, right, Camda? Something like that. Now, and of course, Michael Paints Minis. Now, of course, if you have any photos of the display of stuff there and you want to share that too, of course, by all means. I've seen a few people with the displays there, Michael, where they have kind of their own little area set up, right? They've got like a little cloth or something like that, maybe some little blocks or plinths or whatever to set things up on. Now I actually have tons of those here. I've got so many of those darn things. I have dozens of them here. Camda, I don't know if you had a chance to share any of your stuff in the chat there. Sorry if I forgot to ask. Actually, Horns fan, have you had a chance to do any painting? I know, obviously, Saturday is going to be a pretty darn important day, but hopefully you've also had a chance to maybe do some painting there as well. What is it? Oh yeah, oh gosh, the Lord of the Rings cats. I still have to try and print out The Argo Kitties, really big on the FDM printer. Except I don't know if he has unhollowed versions of those. I mean, you can always hollow something out, but making something that is hollow not be hollow, that's going to be a bit more of a challenge there. Everybody, please check out that link that Camda just shared. So sorry I forgot that there, Camda. Oh, and Hornsman, yeah, you didn't have a chance to see this yet, so there's an Aussie rules football right there. That's the Sharon. Well, hopefully you get a chance to be able to do some there, Horns fan. Somehow gotta get that in there also on this side. Maybe even hit that some more and the chin there too. So yeah, Camda, well, you can see the references right there. It just made them metal. Oh, of course, we've got our Cylon-ish glow back here. Because Cylons, right? There are many copies after all, and they do have a plan. So that's like saying Rawlings, Horns fan, or Spalding or something like that. It's just the brand of the company that makes it. Oh, there. See, there's Camda saying it. So yeah, just think of it like Spalding for basketball, and I forget who does footballs. Is it? It used to be. Oh, not what used to be Rawling, wasn't it? Did the NFL footballs? I'm pretty sure Spalding still does the NBA basketballs and such. Now let me take this. Again, doing a little bit of, there we are. So again, trying to have this light, dark, light bands there. Speaking of dark, let's put you in there. Let's see. I'm trying to think. Or like Louisville Slugger for bats, right? Right, Horns fan. I'm trying to think. Maybe no. I think I've had a Wilson basketball too. Not just. I think I've had a Spalding basket and a Wilson. Fine. We're gonna hit more reflectivity here. Same brushes that we were using last night to do all the blending on our spacyscapes here. Right, where we blinked entire star systems into existence, right, Camda? Also, Wilson is the one that does the official NFL. It's been a while since I don't think the football I got was, maybe it was a Wilson. I'll have to look for the block party. Yeah, not entirely sold on the yellow extension there. So we might go like that, and then we're probably going to get some of that darker stuff in there too, but That is going to have to wait. More reflections. And again, we're what 40. We're not even an hour in. So we also welcome in our newest little hobbit. Thank you so much, Zev. Appreciate that. Ah, so you sure you weren't like made in Mount Doom or something? He's like, I don't know, but I really don't like, shall we say, like metal foundries. Oh yeah, that's right. You get dunked in there. That actually hurts them. So let's see what happens on our big Gandalf 6 here. Oh wow, look at that. The big Gandalf 6 is a big Gandalf 6 for Zev Howells. So again, Zev, thank you so much for the follow. Appreciate that. Here, let me get some of this orange paint off of here. It's mostly gone there. I wasn't going to use my fabulous brush cleaner because that would also take the color off the pips there. So thank you so much, Zev. Appreciate that. Of course, well, we still here. Technically, we still have what 32 minutes of a happy Friday for ourselves, Horns fan. You know what? I need some there, and we gotta get. Nope, I'm gonna go with the manganese blue on this side here. But a wee bit more of it up there. But yeah, Horns fan, there's actually a significant game on Sunday night. I think maybe they did that last season right because well, NFL is not starting this week. Well, technically, I guess it does. You could say Thursday night football. Now, are they doing a doubleheader for Thursday night football too, Horns fan, or is it just Monday night? I know they're doing that for Monday night. Wasn't sure if they're doing that also for Tuesday, or sorry, for Thursday. I think they have done that in the past, if I remember right. Now, let's get me a little more reflected light down here. You know what? I'm going to take some of that. It's almost like the old Fortress Gray. Yes, a warm gray. That's one of the, well, it's Radiant Gray, Camden, but it's like actual. Now, of course, who knows? It might even be, what is it? Cadmium gray shade from Welshlandia there. Again, a very closely guarded Welshlandic product. You're usually not able to get those outside of Welshlandia. Again, the blending brush. We need lots of, again, reflections here. Now we need to get more of a horizon line on some of these spots here because we don't really have one. I want to reinforce maybe this line here. I guess we'll do it on that side too. So appreciate you being here, Zev. And again, hopefully you had yourself a great Friday. Well, and here's hoping that everybody's got themselves a fun weekend plan. I know, well, you're going to have some fun there at ReaperCon, Michael, that's for sure. And of course, we'll say hello to all of the Reaper folks for me. guess I'll just use this. Ah, that's right. Almost forgot about these. We'll just do a little something over here. Yeah, Michael, again, glad that you've been able to have so. Hopefully, Michael, all of the work, well, actually, hopefully, kind of last year was a really good prep for this year. And it made this year a whole lot easier to get ready for based on the kind of the successive stuff last year. And just kind of able to continue that. So again, we're doing a little bit of our orangey stuff over there too. We hit that smidge darker, at least 4 right now. And I might even, wasn't initially gonna do that, but maybe we'll have some orange down in those areas too. Now we need some stuff over here that's not just the orange reflecty stuff. That's great. Again, I was hoping that things, everybody could have them. So with Dave there and everything, and I know they've got the big gaming area there still. Right? Is that out kind of in the lobby there, Michael? Kind of the open gaming stuff. I seem to remember that's where it was. At least when we were there last. Now, I guess that maybe the vendor hall is a little bit smaller than last year, Michael. Because I don't think Ken is there for Badger. Because I think Ken is just doing Dragon Con and Adepticon now. Pretty sure, anyway. Could be wrong on that. Are we? No, we'll stick with this over here again. It's got a little bit of the warmer gray in it. Not sure that is the best angle for this. Also, too, I don't know, maybe we have to kind of switched gears there and went a little bit drier with the paint, not quite so much thinner. Now, how's about, come on, a little bit more of our red there. I need more of that. Wait, actually, where's my thinner here? I better. Okay, another one of those pro tips. More stuff comes out of the containers when they're open than when they're closed. Again, I know that's a novel concept. Took me a while to figure that out. But for whatever reason, yeah, if you open them up, stuff actually comes out of them. Which, given the past stories of past incidents at ReaperCon, right, Michael, that is a thing. Yes, don't just keep squeezing the container with all of your might. Maybe look to see if it's actually open or if that little seal is still active on the jar before you spatter red paint all over everything, like a 20-mile radius. Now, Landrest, this channel is all about making new discoveries, right, and pushing the envelope. And that's one of the ways we push the envelope, that key discovery of you actually open up a container and things come out of it. So again, doing a little bit of something different right there. And we're still not even an hour in yet. And I find that absolutely hilarious. Yep, we are still not even an hour into this. I'm going to do some more reflecty stuff here. Ooh, I like this idea. Let me try this. Let me try a little something right over here. That kind of is neat, and we'll do a similar thing maybe on this side. More of that reflected light here. Something to blend it, something to... maybe this thing. Maybe this guy. Like this. So Michael, how was it streaming at the remote location there? I know that there's a whole lot of challenges to just regular old streams, but streaming at a remote location, that can be interesting for sure. Going back to my really light stuff here. A bunch of it here. Maybe on that nose. Where'd that? There it is. Well, that's great, Michael. That is fantastic. So welcome back 16 times. Appreciate you doing the follow last night. So here's again some of the spacescapes here. Now they've had a chance to set for a little bit, so they're a little bit less shiny now. Here's another one of our 4 spacescapes that we did. This one over here. And then there was this one. I think was this number 3 or number 4. I think this was number 3 maybe. Yeah, that might have been the third one right there. This is a little bit different than what we did last night, right 16 times. Slightly different. Just throwing that out there. So Zev, it's always based on what's already on there. So it's that whole kind of thin over thick and vice versa. So I've already gone back and forth. Sometimes it's been almost, I don't want to say straight from the tube, but pretty darn straight from the tube. Other times it's been almost 80% thinner. And then there's other times, like right now, this is about a 60% thinner maybe. But it's not actually white. There is still some of the other colors involved, and I think that also kind of helps avoid the chalkiness there, Zev. Map 16 too, we always we try to emphasize, right? Always try to emphasize that there is no difference between what we do in the 2D stuff and what we do with the miniatures. Now again, I am hoping to have Army of the Dead figures ready to go for tomorrow. I don't know how many there's going to be. Now, and don't be surprised if there's actually, I might just make my homemade floral primer. Yeah, I think there's going to be a little bit of a different approach on those Army of the Dead because I would really like to be able to mash out just a whole ton of them. So again, here, especially with all this shiny stuff, right? 16, we've got to, we've really got to be thinking about where's light bouncing off of. You know, is it bouncing off of this here onto the cheek? We have to pretty much figure out. Yeah, that's weird. We gotta have some kind of light bouncing over there too, or some kind of color reflection, whatever. And of course, contrast is always more than just light versus dark. Right, Camda? I mean, it says so in the Book of Wapple, and also our colorblindness test. It even says it there. Now I'm going to hit these, I think, with the darker stuff. Maybe, yeah, let's do that. Also, I'm going to get that a little lighter. Now let's go back to our sky blue here. Intensify that somewhat. Maybe all the way down there again. We want those kind of like a cylinder, right? This alternating bands of light and dark and light and dark. Some more of our blue-ish color down there. See, I was thinking I might actually do some verdigris on there, Camda. That's what I got. I actually got the Perline Black, which is our dark green. I actually got that on the palette so that we can maybe do a little bit of verdigris. Kind of like what the Swedish chef does. Trying to go to catch a bit more of our light along some of those areas, and then up here. More reflected light over here, and this is a warmer gray, right? It's not it's not that bluish gray. It's a warmer gray. It's actually basically a violet. And again, that violet we just put there is the same violet. This is, yeah. So it's that same kind of violet. That's what we just used there for our warmer gray. Oh, it's the same violet here. And again, let's do a quick little film noir here to show just how. Look at that. Again, there's plenty of value on there. There's edge contrast now, but we don't have the kind of dingier violet there with all of the really warm oranges there. Now it's just all edge contrast and value contrast. Let's bring back our colors once again. And now we have the color contrast also. Not just a color contrast, but also a saturation contrast and temperature contrast. All those contrasty things, very important. Now this, we might do something like this here. Kind of like what we would do with our sword blades there. Here, I may steal a little bit more of the Williamsburg Payne's Gray. Oh, thanks, Sev. Appreciate that. Thank you so much. Oh, hey, Landrast. Remember those sculpting videos from, well, years ago, like the eagles and stuff? Well, one of those is going up onto the Linseed Fellowship YouTube channel. Actually, I found them. I'm going to be putting some of those up over the next couple of weeks there, Landrast. I think one is going up tomorrow or something like that. Or, yeah, like, actually, maybe in about 13 minutes. So, yeah, one of the old sculpting videos there, Landrast. For whatever reason, Camp, I have no idea why, but Instagram keeps showing me all of these Swedish chef videos. I mean, it's like, how in the world did these pop up? Now, I mean, I understand that it's showing me all kinds of NFL. Oh, hey, Horns fan. Holy smokes, Horns fan! I completely forgot to ask you about the Micah Parsons trade. Yeah, Horns fan, that's not so great for Bears fans for sure. That was a rather shocking thing. Is that going to be Khalil Mack-esque there, Horns fan, or is it going to be kind of a nothing burger? I don't know. It could go either way. He could also get injured week one because he hasn't been practicing. I'm telling you, Cam, to rebuild it. What was it? 4,539 hours worth of videos that have to get repositioned on that Linseed Fellowship channel. Again, that's where all the old sessions, the old Twitch sessions are going, because Twitch doesn't let us do highlights anymore. Now, actually, Landrest, I had to create a sculpting playlist. There wasn't one already. Actually, too, I had to create a Song of Ice and Fire playlist because there wasn't one of those already. So yeah, I think it's not just the eagle. Actually, Landrest, there was a flying base that I sculpted. And oh, Landrest, check this out. Here's another reason why I haven't been able to do sculpting videos, because I was basically out of this. So look at that. That just showed up yesterday, Landrast. Because again, the old containers, they're looking a little bit long in the tooth. There's almost nothing left of the old containers that we were using in those vids. So yes, sculpting shall return. So Zev, I think you can see there's a lot more thinner in that, Zev. However, if I want to do something on top of that, I basically have to go much thicker now. Yeah, I have to go thicker because otherwise it's just going to basically remove what is there. So there we go. So see, the reason why that's stuck there is because the paint that is on the brush, look at this. See, it is much thicker paint there. So again, that is the thin over thick and vice versa there, Zev. Now over here, it's different story. This actually has to be thinner. Got to be thinner over here because what's already on there is thicker. And again, for folks, well, obviously here in the U.S., Dick Blick seems to have a genuine sale going on. And we're not just talking paint. I mean, brushes seem to be cheaper. This seems to be like a legit sale. I don't know if it's supposed to be like a Labor Day sale or something before Labor Day. I don't know. But there's some of our essentials that I was able to snag for, shall we say, not a whole bunch. So that's super cool. Alright, so again, starting to wrap in a few lights on the hair. And also, again, tomorrow on the Patreon page, a whole different version of this bust. This is episode 2. I think episode 1, I don't even know, I think I already put episode 1 up there. But yeah, this is episode 2. And again, we try to do the circuit boards underneath and then have like basically a plasticine skin over the top of that. Again, a much different. Oh, that was very, very different doing that. And of course, we use the GPTs to figure out the color scheme. And even the references that I have over there, those are also GPT. Camda, I was, what was that? What was the, I think it's from the second Terminator movie there, Camda. I don't know if it was like the 3000 mod, whatever it was, the guy that was all just basically chrome, and he could just mimic whatever shape until, of course, whatever it was, they needed to just have the same actor be the him, and then he got stuck in the police officer form or whatever. That was kind of in the early days of computer graphics, which is funny because it seems like things just aren't actually that good now. Oh yeah, the T2000. That's what it is. T2000. Okay. So Camda, I think you've heard me talk about how my both of my arms slash elbows are sitting on one of those. It's those pads that people use for not getting carpal tunnel, right? So they're actually putting their wrists on them. I got my elbows sitting on that, and then you can see here I got. I mean, I could even do this. So my hand's actually sitting on the desk now. Basically, until somebody shakes the desk, right? Camda, things are not going to be moving a whole bunch. So yeah, I think they're probably filled with gel. I've actually chopped a few of those open, Camda, when I was doing my basing videos, which is why I don't do basing videos in this or prepping figures on this, or if I can help it, on this table here. Because yeah, I have had those get cut open. Yeah, let me, ooh, over here. Over there, let's get that lighter. Now this. Down there. So yeah, can we got the thumb there, and now, sometimes that's all we can do, right? Is something like this. It's a little, it's almost like a little easel or something like that. Let me hit this up here. You too. That. We'll have to, soften some of these edges out here, but for right now, let me just. Ooh, there's another. We gotta get some more of our really light metal stuff out here. Right now it's kind of light, but not actually light. So yeah, I think Terminator 2. I'm pretty sure that's the one that everybody pretty much says is their fave of the movies. Again, we have to shine this up a little bit here. More shine up there. A little shine over there, but also let's lighten the hair, I think, right over there. Camda, I think you've heard the story of the original painting pyramid videos that I filmed back in 2013. I literally did tape my arms to the table. To this day, now of course it's got all the printer stuff on it, so it's kind of underneath a bunch of whatever, but um, that there's still bits and pieces of tape on that drafting table to this day, Camda. Yeah, that was how we maintained our position there. Oh, another thing, right now, as we speak, the first Eldritch Foundry test figures are printing out right now. So I basically did like a Wapelius Spellbrush figure and then another Wapelius Spellbrush bust. But that's kind of the start of a whole bunch of other things that I'm going to try and do with the Eldritch Foundry stuff. There will be a whole video series on that. I've got to learn how to do, like, I don't know, I think a screen capture or something like that, or share to whatever to be able to record that in XSplit, because I don't think I can do that with just still photos. I think I actually need that to be. And also, too, I like to see, like, people to see my reaction to it, because it's all just brand new. Yeah, Landress, and of course, since I have the controls of the sculpting, right, I can make it more, shall we say, appropriate to life size. We'll put it that way. It can be more reflective of actual life proportions. Let me get a little more of our light there too. Maybe that's getting to be too light. I don't know. Nope, too much paint sitting on there. Let's get rid of some of that paint. Yeah, let me get a little light there too. Something like so. Now, they do not have a feature where you can put photographs, kind of just, well, a photograph of whatever, and then that'll turn into an STL, but that's what Meshi, I think, is really for. I really have to learn that, Cam, to. Okay, I think we've got ourselves a nice little, but now we need to do a similar thing here. Let's grab this violet again. Didn't go where we want it. Out comes a blending brush. Oh, look, it's all gone. It's like we have an eraser or something. That's the fun thing about the oils, right, Camja? Can quite literally just erase it. And again, those that are at DragonCon and not at ReaperCon, Armored Wolf in the vendor hall 2707 2709. Be sure to head over there to support the bestest moderator on the Twitches. That would be Armored Wolf Productions, booth 2707 2709. Now I realize it's 1:01 in the morning there in Atlanta, but I mean it is Friday and it's a convention, which means it's like noon. So I have a feeling that folks at DragonCon, they're just gearing up. I guess, are there any kind of late night gaming sessions going on in the hotel lobby there, Michael? I think they leave the painting area open, right? Or they actually kick people out of the painting area at a certain time. Like I said, it's been a while, so I don't remember. Sure. Let me catch a little of that edge right there. The hair, so to speak, it doesn't not a whole lot of individual strand. It's really more in big batches of hair. So Artemichael, we are all Pigment Red 101, right? We are all Pigment Red 101. Artemichael, if you want to share some stuff in the chat, please go ahead, do that. And well, hopefully, Artemichael, you get to do well. I know you got all the terrain that you're working on, hundreds of terrain pieces, but hopefully you get a chance to maybe also do the streaming thing. Fine, we'll do a little something there, and now maybe a little reflected light there. I mean, there's reflected light on that part of the lip, just on just a regular person's lip there. So if there's a reflection there on just skin, we certainly need that with something that's all supposed to be chromy and whatevers. Everybody, please check out that Instagram link that Artemichael just shared. So great to see you again there, Artemichael. And Camda, I think you had a chance to share your stuff there earlier, right? I'm pretty sure that you did. Yeah. I know it took me a while to remember last night. Let me see. So we're 1 hour, 21 minutes in here. That's it. 1 hour, 21 minutes. Let's see, Camda. I don't remember doing a direct comparison, basically of not radiant blue to radiant blue. I think, I know we did the color charts for the not radiant colors, but I don't think we ever did an actual direct comparison between the two. Yeah, Artemichael, that sounds like the state of Wisconsin trying to charge us sales tax even though we hadn't sold anything in the state for 5 years or something, or 4 years or something. And the response was, just because you didn't sell anything here doesn't mean you don't owe us sales tax. That was the response, which we found somewhat curious. I was hoping that you maybe get some more gigs on the terrain there, and more miniature stuff too there, Artemichael. I'm sure. I know, hopefully not like the Tomb Kings deal, but hopefully you get more minis to paint there. This, I think it needs to be. You need to hit some light up in here. Ooh, you know what? Here's what we've completely forgot here, Camda. We gotta get some of our rusty color or whatever. No, that's too dark. This, yeah, completely forgot to reflect some of that here. Well, now we're getting it reflected, and again, we might do some verdigris stuff, Swedish chef style, right, Camda? All right, there we go. There's a little bit of that reflected onto here. Yeah, that is always a tricky situation, Artemichael. Sorry, that is, it's been really painful there. Now, this is the perline red mixed with our fluoro orange. Remember, we were talking about this. It's like we kind of wanted to make these a little bit almost lighter than they needed to be, so that we could kind of maybe come back and do something like this. Now this is more just the orange here, because remember, our floral colors, what are they? They are super translucent, as in very, very, very translucent. And maybe we even do a little something like that. I'm also gonna start toning some of this down, so that starts to make a little bit more sense. Now we'll go even darker, maybe. Let's try this. So Camden, let's see. Oh yes, but the Terra Rosa Venetian Red and the Alkyd version of Terra Rosa. Ooh, actually, there we go, Camden. I think that's what I should call it. Alkyds and regular. I'm trying to think of the name of it. Alkyds, Alkyd comparison, something like that. Or alkyds versus standard oil paints or something. I'm trying to just come up with some kind of a title that would really kind of stick in people's minds there. So the Alkyd version is, well, there's, I think it's just called light red, where you hide in. Oops, nope, that's the alizarin crimson. Now that's the orange, that's our Windsor red, but yeah, the Terra Rosa, basically, that is an Alkyd, is referred to as light red. Right there. Now, of course, I think this is the one. Yeah, this is the one here, and they call it ochre. Remember that? I was saying in the video, right? What do you mean ochre? Yeah, that was next level weird for sure, Camda. It's like, how in the world is this ochre? In what universe? That is not ochre. Nope, let me start to work on a few of these edges here. There we are. That's more like it. There we go. I might even grab a little bit of you. Nope, that is too much of the red. There we go. So now we've got some of that reflected there. So Camda, let's see. Now, of course, on Dick Blick, they still have it there for like normal whatever, right? For sale. There was no nothing on there about that. But it's like first Gamla, now Winsor Newton, right, Camda? Now I do think it's all big acrylic for sure, right, Cam? That it has to be. Now then we need our one true alkyds that much more, right, Camda? That might have been a little bit more of the. Yeah, let me do a little bit of blending on that. Something along those lines. Where's my really light stuff? Over here. I mean, it's really light. It's still not our lightest light though. That's I'll have to be. I'll dive into our regular fast matte white there. Oh, some of our actually. Ooh, yeah, we can get some of this. We can get some of this reflected on there too. So that would maybe reflect a little bit right here, and then a little more there. Too much paint on that brush. Let's get rid of some of that. Restore that line once again. I think. Does it actually? I don't think those hexes go all the way out there. Nah, that's too much of the red. Maybe let me try this. A little more out there. Or maybe more the orange. Let's try that. So this where it kind of transfers from the regular metal, if you want to call it that, to the orange glow. That is a tricky little thing to figure out there. I'm not so sure I want that to be super loud. Let me just hit this here and see. Hard to tell. Well, came to the color charts. I mean, you never quite know what's going to happen on those anyway. That's the whole point of doing them, right? So there is some suspense. Yeah, there would be some suspense there. Not really sure quite what's going to happen. I might throw a little bit more of my lighter orange up in there too. Okay. Now I'm going to try and get something later along this edge here. I'm going to maybe go even lighter. This is that super warm light gray there. It can't, well, it's not radiant gray. Radiant gray. It's ultra not, right, Camda? Because we don't usually just use a gray. We always mix our violet and green together to make our radiant gray. Yeah, we needed that little bit of light up there. Could use some down here as well. Where are we at here? More of this. let's hit the edge here, and again, we'll just use the blackest black there, like we did, or Darth Max, or whatever the heck that's called, like we did on the other bust. Now, I think I know the place I've used it most, Camda, has been on like the 1/1800 scale ships for sure. Definitely have utilized it on that. Nope, that would be too much of the. Let me go back to the violet here. More on the hair. Let's forget about this stuff. Right there. Are we even 2 hours in? No, we're only an hour 36 minutes in. Sitting there going around like, oh, how in the world have I haven't done anything on this area or this part yet? And then I look and say, well, that's because it's only been 96 minutes. That's how long we've been working on this thing for. 96 minutes. That's it. I'm using our oil paints here. Fine, we'll throw a little more of that light down over here. And then some under here, and then we might, let me see. So we have this big old thing of blue. I'm gonna maybe darken that down. Well, here, let's try to get an actual little transition between the almost white and the sky blue. Is this somewhat in between? Now even lighter. I think we're getting somewhere. No, that was not what we wanted up there. We'll have to find ourselves another blending brush here. Something that's just kind of soft, whatever. And we will just kind of tap that out of existence. Again, almost like we have ourselves an eraser. Oh yeah, oh, that's right, Landry. We don't apply ourselves, right? We do not apply ourselves. We darken those down. If we had applied ourselves, right, Landras, that would already have been painted. That is... I'm going to go even further. We'll darken it down even more. What about this? And maybe we'll just hit that. Okay, a little bit darker there. Now maybe more of the sky blue-ish over here. And then a little bit up there too. Okay, and now what about something along that edge? Little reflection there. That can't all just be a flat dark there. I wonder, so let me take got our yellow here, grab some of this just white, and then we got a little touch of our orange. I'm not sure. Okay, I'm gonna throw a little bit more of the white on there then. Almost like those are casting some light on to these crazy little hex things here, whatever they are. Oh, by the way, this is from CA Scopes. It's 3D printed. And this is a regular resin print. This is not an like the larger FDM one that we used for the tutorial video. Okay, yeah, I think we've finally gotten those sharpened up even more. I'm gonna maybe try to take an orange and a red here. Let me do this. Let me take the Perline red. It's not Perline crimson. Let me see if I can. I'm gonna have to thin that down a little more. Like you do there. Bottom lid here. Yeah, I think that is kind of what I needed to do. It makes the later part of the eye look, well, that much lighter. Because now we have something visually to contrast that with. Now over here, need to do kind of a similar maybe here, let me just get some thinner in that, would just be easier. Yep, that was easier. Some of our white, our yellow, and then some of the orange. There we go. Now that we've got that dark there, I think that edge is also going to show up a whole bunch more. So we do that on this one too. Little something on the top edge. Where's our orange one? That got a little dingy there. Let's get this all the way down in here. Okay, this is very different from what I did on the one in our tutorial video, because I mean I didn't necessarily I do the same thing over and over again. It's again maybe the light of the eyes reflecting out here. A little something there maybe. Nice to see you again there, Rendor. So Rendor, I guess one of the Alaska crew is already in at not LVO, but at Nova Open. And poor Armored Wolf all by his lonesome there in Hotlanta. Hey there, Valfira. So Valfira, some new spray cans arrived, a resupply. And I sprayed the some of the Moria terrain, and I sprayed the Army of the Dead. So I'll send you those pictures there, Velfira. I think I might have forgot to send them. Oh, I didn't quite have time to send them off before the stream. Because I was actually, Valfair, I was thinking if you, if you take a little Google search there on, say, like, okay, the actual movie City of the Dead and all that kind of stuff. I just remember from the art of books there, Valfira, like Minas Morgul and all those other things, it had no green whatsoever. So yeah, we're doing a Chrome thing there. You can see the references down on the in the lower right and left hand corners. So kind of a original series Battlestar Galactica there. Let me try to lighten up a little bit of the conduits there. So again, we've got the sky, earth stuff going all over the place here. I might have to go a little bit more thinner here. So yeah, if you look at all of the different models and stuff that they made, all of the color was actually the lighting. There was none of that was painted on. But I did get a little bit. You'll notice I got. What was it? I think it was. Well, it was called phthalo green, but it's very opaque and it's very light. And it gave it a nice. Gave the rocks a nice greenish tint there, Valfira. So there's a little bit of a tint to everything. Oh, that's right. The wand light that's showing up. That's supposed to show it. Well, technically later today, because now it's Saturday. And of course, Valfira, it's almost that time of year. Now it is actually Saturday. Actually, Valfira, in less than, let's see, 10 and a half hours, Ohio State versus Texas in the shoe. The countdown begins, Valfira. The countdown to the greatest time of year begins. Well, technically it's already underway. Illinois, they played Southwest, Central, Northern Canada, Illinois, Indiana, State Polytechnic, A&M, whatever it was, and they won that game. As you would imagine. By a wide margin. But there's a couple of other critical games, Valfira. There's LSU Clemson. That's a fairly big opening weekend game there too. I don't know if it's in. Well, it's a night game, so it might very well be in Death Valley there. Let's see. So I think what Texas Tech and A&M, of course, are in there. Now I forget one. Of course, well then you also have SMU. SMU is in there too, Valfira. At least I think they're in the top 25, right? Let me get some more of our light orange on that edge. On this edge again. And that little bit of it right in there. Okay, yeah, that's gonna be good. Interesting to think, Valfera, that they were just a couple of plays away from the playoffs, right? Or was it BYU? I forget. Do I want to go with the light or the dark? I think I'm going to go with the dark. Let me grab this. That the edge needs to be sharpened up along with that one. Okay, there we go. Yeah. So at least we're kind of getting this stuff figured out here. This is always even again with the original one that we did for a tutorial vid. This was the hardest part to determine is what to do with all of the hexes there. Okay. Yeah, I think again, it's mostly, I mean, Georgia. Well, this is kind of interesting, Velfera, that you got Alabama, Florida State, week 1. Normally, that would have been big, big news, and now well, it's not quite that way, is it, Velfera? Not anymore. Again, the college football report brought to you by the Wappleville Sports Network. Actually, Velfera, didn't Kansas beat 4 top 10 teams or something like that? Or was it 4 ranked teams? I think it was 4. I don't know if it wasn't top 10, but it was 4 ranked teams. And I think they still had a losing record, right, Velfera? Or were they like 7-6, or were they 6-7? That was one of your crazier teams last year, right? Because I think Vandy, they actually had a winning record, right, Velfera? I'm not sure Kansas did. I'm gonna get me a little bit of this dark brown in the hair too. Just to have a little. We need some variance, at least in the darker areas here. Yeah, Velfair, I was just about to do it, and then I realized, well, no, it's an oddity of Streamlabs. Once you have your little intro thing typed out, if you click on anything else in Streamlabs, that gets wiped out. And there wasn't time to retype that, so I'll just have to do it tomorrow. But I think they ended up still in probably some kind of a bowl game, right, Velfera, just because they beat all those ranked teams. And I think actually, did one of them go to the playoffs too? I don't know if they beat, say, like Iowa State or Arizona State. Yeah, we'll see. Well, let's see. I don't know. Even if Penn State wins their game, I don't think they're gonna jump past, say, Ohio State or Texas. That's not exactly a Power 5 conference team they're playing. More of the, again, trying to really get some darks here now on some of these metal areas here. This over here, I don't know what we've got here. I'm just gonna try and soften some of that. Well, now we're almost at 2 hours. Was there some? Oh yeah, over here. Do a little bit more of the dark, and then over here, straighten that out. And again, this is something we kind of do on some of our sword blades, is this sort of thing right here. It does kind of help create a nice little sharp edge. Because, well, with metals, right, we certainly need as many sharp edges as we can get. And of course, should you be unjustly persecuted by the autocorrect monster, you can take vengeance on him like Velfera just did. Again, oh, that's right, Velfera. I wanted to see if I could make some kind of an animation with our. We need like a TV studio there, Velfera. I'll import the logo and we'll see if we can have it create an APCC or a Wappleville Sports Network studio. I think I might try to do a new logo also. Now we'll try and sharpen you up really hefty there. Then another line in here. Ooh, yeah, there we go. That's doing it. Vale Fair, that's the Sunday nighter, right? Yep, that is Sunday night. That is looking forward to that. Now Vale Fair, yeah, I was telling Kathy's family the story of how it was on the big screen, right, Velfair? Like sorry, Landers, the really big screen, and you had fallen asleep, and then you woke up, and that was looking at you. I think if he wasn't actually moving, right, Landrest, it wouldn't be quite the same. It wouldn't maybe have quite the same impact. But because he actually is moving around and doing the stuff with the keyboard, I think that kind of elevates the impact there. If you were to just suddenly wake up and see that. Now that's even better. That's even better. Yeah, there's definitely have had either the phone or something like that practically fall on top of me. Yeah, that's another one of those crazy schools, right, Valfera? That South Florida. Sometimes they, or UCF. That's another one. They kind of like end up in the conversation and then they exit the conversation. All right, I'm gonna try here some of this under here. And that Ryan should be happy about Iowa State there, Velfera. I didn't get a chance to see the replay of how the game ended there. Trying, okay, fine. Let's get a little bit more of the blue on there than I was really thinking, but trying to get a little something in there. Straighten this up a little. Two. Now we need, I think, maybe some of our lighter blue over in there. Maybe something even lighter. Now let me get all that stuff out of there. Alright, that's more like it. But was it the mid to late 90s, right, Valfair, that K-State was kind of a thing? Who was that old guy that was the coach? Nice to see you there, Grand Oracle. Appreciate that. How you doing there, Grand Oracle? So Grand Oracle, a little bit different, right, than what we did in the tutorial vid. And again, this will be going up on the Patreon page, well, after the stream, basically. Same bust, very different color scheme, for sure. But yeah, who was that old guy there, Velfera, that was the head coach at K-State for, I think he was actually there for a long time. He had just kind of got that notoriety in that, again, the late 90s. I think that's when K-State kind of had a little bit of prominence in the Big 12 or whatever, like the old Big 12. So great to see you there, Grand Oracle. Can appreciate that. And hard to believe that September is almost here. All right, that's it. Now, hopefully, I will have a whole bunch of Army of the Dead ready to go. In Grand Oracle, you're definitely going to see a little bit of a different approach on those guys. I'm actually going to be taking the primer and mixing like some of the fluoros with it. So it's going to be kind of a mid-range to possibly even lighter primer, I think. Maybe mid-range. Either that, maybe we'll go dark green. I'm not sure. There's going to be a lot of dry brushy stuff, though, Grand Oracle. A ton of dry brushy stuff. And then, oh, that's right, the dirty. Well, I won't be able to use the dirty down because, well, it will be way too, the oils will still be wet. Let me try something here. I was hoping to use those on my one of my army painting series, the one with all the wargs and everything. So yeah, for the Saturday stream, hoping to have a whole bunch of Army of the Dead. I'll send you a picture of the terrain Grand Oracle. I was actually able to spray that today. And I've been printing up a whole bunch of the rock slash mountain stuff, whatever, from the Conquest Creations Kirath Ungol set. So Velfera, we haven't done one on this yet. We did one on the Spacescapes there. But it should be interesting to see what happens to the so-called cloth here. Wow, look at that, Velfera. We don't have any of our blues and such, but still has the kind of the reflected light and the shiny stuff. Almost looks actually more like the reference there, at least as far as the skin portion go. There's our color returns. Now we have the red, orange versus the blue. And I think was this the one? No, this is the one. This is the one that had a real high impact with the film noir. Look at that. Now again, edge contrast is a thing, right? Value contrast, yeah, whatever's, but not the color and saturation like we have now. There we go. Back up to, again, we got the dingy, cooler purple versus the very warm, very saturated orange. So yeah, Velfera, I mean, yet, and we know it's going to happen, right? But yet it's still really crazy to see it actually happen. Maybe here. Let's go a little bit darker over here. So Grand Oracle. Yes, I actually had a chance to really find out those spray cans that I found. Oh my gosh! I actually used a little bit of primer. I think it was not today, but yesterday. And the stench of that versus just the regular spray cans. Oh my goodness! I mean, I knew there was a difference, but man, experiencing that really tells you the big difference. Yeah, therefore you really never know, right, what is going to happen. Oh, and Grand Oracle, I actually right now I am printing the first Eldritch Foundry miniatures. Yes, never before printed. They are printing now. We'll see what they're like. I have, again, no idea what's going to happen with those until I see them. They'll definitely be done by the end of the stream. And then I've got to figure out how to work with XSplit to record basically what I'm doing on the screen. I did a bust, and I did again a couple of basically different versions of Opelius Spellbrush. There's one where he has instead of the like the staff or whatever, he he actually has like a palette in one hand and a book of Wapple in the other, so that he can combat big acrylic. And and Valfera and the Grand Oracle, I do believe there's a very nifty, like a whole site-wide sale going on at Dick Blick, because even the our brushes are way less expensive there right now. So yeah, the short liner brushes. I shouldn't say anything, right, Valfera? But the short liner brushes are on sale. Come on, let me get a little reflected light right in there. Okay, there we go. We needed that over here. Great to see you again, Sea Dragon. Happy Saturday. Happy Saturday there, Sea Dragon. I hope that all is well. To get a little bit of a different subject matter for tonight's stream, right, Sea Dragon? Than what we were doing last night. But all the same principles apply, right, Valfera? Nope. Let me go back to this blue over here. Yeah, Valfera, well, I started to realize that I have to start stockpiling things for that class if I'm doing that class at Adepticon. So I actually got some of the Alkids. I'm kind of waiting for a Black Friday thing or something like that on another set of the Paul Rubens. I don't need the fluoros. I just need the regular ones. That again, that'll just be for the class. So sharpen that edge up. We're going to do that same thing over here on some of these plates. Blending brush again over here. So make sure I get the paint off of there. I need to do this same thing like we did down towards the bottom here again to create that edge there. Let me get some of the sky blue going here. There. Yeah, a little bit more of that dark right there. So again, if the autocorrect monster unjustly modifies your post, you are not helpless against him anymore. You can take action and you can expose him to the light of day. Because again, the dark things, right? The evil things, Valfer, they like to lurk in the dark corners. They don't like to be exposed to the light of day. So make sure you expose that autocorrect monster. Let me do this now. Yeah. Ooh, that might be a little too much of our light there. Now Now, this is not straight up white either. I will eventually break out the fast matte white. Let me push the... Okay, that's not quite going in the direction that it's supposed to. We'll come back with this, and now we got it. I don't know what the heck was going on over there. Something weird. Alright, and I'm going to take a little more of my blue here. Nope, not that. Not that. We'll take this. And some of the manganese blue. This will be kind of for the corners of the lips here. Let me see if this is going to work here. Yeah, that was kind of all just the same amount of light there all the way across the... Okay, there we go. Yeah, we needed that. Also, no, better lighten that up a little more. Nope, still not light enough. What about this? Still not quite light enough. We'll try it again. Also, much thinner with the paint. Okay, so I think now we're getting somewhere with that. Blending brush. Take some of that away. Might never... that doesn't really make much sense there. We'll get rid of that. Oh, look, it's like we have an eraser. But we do need to make that lighter for sure. Also, top of the schnoz, and then a little something over there too. Well, the nostril here anyway. So Grand Oracle, that Eldritch Foundry thing, there's, again, it's going to be stylized almost like Artisan Guild. That's about the closest thing I can compare it to. Kind of stylized like Artisan Guild. And that's because of all of the versatility and all the adjustments that you can make. There's no way you could have it kind of be like Arch-Villain type stuff. Or Lost Kingdoms or something like that. Geez, Landras, what is Highland... I don't even know what Highland Miniatures has been doing for like the last 2 or 3 months now. I have no clue. Let me work in that. Okay, there we are. Touch more of my light right there. Geez, I think he must have sent out an email in the last few days. I have no idea what they even look like, Landrast. I mean, do they kind of go along with some of his earlier stuff, or are they just super, super different because he's trying to, well, avoid certain things, shall we say? Now, there's that. You know what? Let me get some of this. We'll use the more of the violet in there. Okay, now we got ourselves a little bit better of a transition right here. Because that was just too much of the sky blue right there. We wanted up here on the top, but not down towards the bottom there. Similar deal here. Take that. Soften that edge up a little. Take some of the orange away here. Fine, we'll throw a little more dark back into this. So there too. Now the perline black, because we were thinking of almost like a verdigris type of a deal here. So we got us a little bit of our not radiant green, the perline black. We're kind of creating a little bit of a glaze thing here. So a little bit of a kind of a greenish thing going on here. Super translucent, of course. So again, a little bit of almost like a green in there. Now over here, similar deal. Like that. And by the way, 2 hours 17 minutes. How much paint was on this thing? Besides none, there was, yes, no paint on here. 2 hours 17 minutes and 11 seconds ago. So now it's got a little bit of the lighter green goes in there. Then we'll take our blending brush, do a little tap, tap, tap to spread that lighter green around. If we're doing our Army of the Dead tomorrow, you'll certainly see a bunch of that. You're going to see a lot of rusting, a lot of corrosion stuff, and of course, object source lighting. Yes, lots of that. Maybe a little bit more of it down there.
So say we all.
Hey there, M-Toys, how you doing? I was just asking last night, M-Toys, if there was another Collecticon in your future there. Thank you so much, M-Toys, appreciate that. That is 55 months. Thank you so much, appreciate that, M-Toys. Actually, M-Toys, what kind of stuff have you been working on? And of course, if you want to share something in the chat, please go ahead and do that. Actually, M-Toys, if you got any events going on over at the Game Castle in Santa Clara there, please go ahead and drop some notices in the chat. And actually, M-Toys, have you been able to get some painting done? Oh, there we go. Yeah, yeah. Definitely share that, M-Toys. Great to see you again there, M-Toys. And again, appreciate you being here. I'm going to use blending brush here again and soften up some edges, mush some of that together. Where did you go? Where are you hiding? There you are. I was actually tempted. You know, I think I'm going to do it. I wasn't initially going to, but I want to try it here. So we're going to take our orange here. I mean, not a ton there, but just a little something maybe here. Let me try some of the yellow and the orange together. You know what? I think that was worth it. I think it was. So yeah, M-Toys, I wasn't sure if you've got any other conventions scheduled for the rest of the year. Fine, we'll take some of that over. That's getting to be too much like our source light. I want this is almost kind of like again our latest stuff, maybe on the cloak
So
over here.
say we all.
Hey there, Pelos, how you doing? That's 33 months. Thank you so much, Pelos. Appreciate that. Thank you so much. Everybody, please check out that Instagram link that MToys just posted there, and everybody maybe give MToys a follow. Actually, MToys, were you going to do any streaming over the winter months or anything like that? And I guess MToys, are you going to have to split time between Adepticon? I swear there was a Collecticon in Atlanta or something there, MToys. Wasn't sure if you had to split time between the two again. Yeah, the convention dates do change sometimes. So sometimes they just kind of happen when they happen. So thank you so much. Appreciate that, Pelos. Oh geez, that puts us 60-some% of a level 1 hype train right there. Gotta pay attention to that. Make sure we don't miss a countdown. So 62% of a level 1 hype train. So thank you so much, MToys, and thanks again, Pelos. Appreciate that. And of course, again, hello to everybody at DragonCon, at Nova Open, at ReaperCon, all those places. If it's late at night there, especially if you're at DragonCon or Nova, because that's yeah, that's now 2:04 in the morning. Those places there. Man, I'm telling you, if you get sick of seeing us all, at least you can get a whole new set of faces over there at. It is Collecticon, right, MToys? Now there's some edges we got to sharpen, like these here, and also over here. Still some of our original kind of drivers sitting there. So we're gonna get a little bit more of our sky blue over the top of that. Yeah, like that. That should work. Yep, there we go. Also, more of that here. Like this. Now we wanted to have the reflected light there. However, it's either got to be lighter, or we gotta maybe make more of a dark. Let me try this here. Not more the Payne's gray. Maybe if we make that darker, then we are gonna. Yeah, I think we're getting more of a reflection there. So again, much appreciated. Thanks everybody for the bitses and the subs. Also the follows too. Appreciate those. Those really do make a big difference, of course. And I guess oh yes, sub. It is. I don't know if they're still doing something. Was that September? I think they're still doing that. Come on, let's pull this out here. So MTOs wasn't sure if there's any armies that you're working on. Oh, thanks, Camda. What do we got? Oh, so 75% looks like of a. Is it level 1 or level 2? Okay, so level 1, and we get 40 seconds left. Counting it down. Ooh, wait a minute. We got to do some more. I think some more little hair stuff up in here. Some more individual lines. So we got ourselves about 10 seconds left. this all the way down here. There we go. Come on, there we are. It's mostly a that really light blue. So see here we have to. We need to come back with a little bit of our dark in there. First, though, let me do this. Get a little of this in here for the reflection. Now, other way. First, our dark down there. That also helps to sharpen that edge. And then up here, I think I'm gonna go more. Here, let's get the Prussian blue involved. Let's bring in the Prussians. Boom, there we are. And all of a sudden, that edge looks a whole lot sharper. Keeping it dark, but also wanted to have a bit of the blue on there too. Nice to see you there, Inganes. Everybody please give Inganes a follow. So Inganes, why don't you post your linky there in the chat. And great to see you again, Zelmore. Appreciate you being here once again. So Zelmore, this is very different from our Patreon video version of the same bust. Again, this is from CA Sculpts. Now, of course, this one was printed out on the resin printers here. But check out that Instagram link that Gunny's just posted. I think, Zelmore, you were going to wait to post your stuff there, right? I think that's what you were saying last night. You wanted to wait a little bit to post that yet. No problemo. Well, that's fantastic there, M-Tellies. I've got that one Gundam figure here that I think it was Spoon Handle sent that. So we'll have to try and get that assembled, and then we'll try to do a tutorial video or two on that. That's great, Zelmore. Yeah, just let me know when when you're feeling like you can share the stuffs there. Now we're really gonna try to find some sparkly things here. Maybe again some lights, some surrounding lights or something like that, creating those shapes. Well, now, I guess what chapter did you end up doing there, M-Tellies? And you know what? Let's hear. Let's make an executive decision. We haven't had one of these in a long time. How's about we just do one of these anyhows? There it is. There's the hype train. Because we came real close. We're at about 75% or so. The super quick hype train roll on through. There's your hype train. More like right along that edge. Some up here. Also some over here. A little bit of reflected light there maybe. And of course, Pelos, if you wanted to share some stuff in the chat there too, sorry about that. You want to share some things, go ahead. And of course, Grand Oracle, I wasn't sure if there was something you wanted to share as well. Try to lighten that up a little more. A little reflection. No, that's right. I wanted to get our actual fast matte void out here. That's going to be this here. Hey, there's surface tension. So surface tension, why don't you share your fabulous links there in the chat? Speaking of links, so yeah, surface tension, a little bit of difference in our robots here, right? How's about we also welcome in Bearded Celt Everybody, please give Bearded Kilt a follow. So, Kilt, appreciate you being here. Thanks for the raid. If you want, again, you want, as always, Bearded Kilt, you want to share anything in the chat, please go ahead. 2 hours 30 minutes ago, there was there was no paint on this right here. Yes, indeed, nothing whatsoever. Doing this is a 3D printed bust from CA Sculpts, kind of a little bit of a Cylon type of a feel here. We were just showing the different treatment we did in our tutorial. So we did a two-part series on this. This one was printed in FDM, by the way. So we had the kind of your circuit boards there with a little bit different treatment on the eyes, and of course, essentially a shiny plastic kind of a skin that's wrapped over all of that stuff. Now, last night we were doing another one of our spacescapes. Everybody check out that Mastodon link that Surface Tension just posted. Some fabulous oil painted miniatures. And here's more of our, basically we did 4 spacescapes. We took one, basically an airbrush demo type thing that I'd done at Gen Con. We chopped it into 4 pieces. And there is our 4 spacescapes that we did last night. One stream, 4 spacescapes. Is that one of those really big guys, M-Toys? That's what, like a 120 millimeter base or something, M-Toys? Yeah, I have one of the lanterns. Yeah, I've got one of the lanterns. I've got, well, the Army starter box thing. We'll be putting those together. So everybody check out the Discord links there that Bearded Celt just shared. And then again, please give Bearded Celt a follow as well. So great to see you there, Bearded Celt. So surface tension, that was in the tutorial videos there. So I think we already put episode 1 up on the Patreon page. Episode 2 is where I paint the skin over the top. So yeah, surface tension, that's where I did the references. I think I sent you those references, right? With the basically the unpainted bust. I appreciate that, Bearded Kilt. Yeah, well, there's a whole lot of craziness. Just well, here it's the proverbial juggling flaming chainsaws, right? Yes, yeah, Valfera, we're always juggling flaming chainsaws. So if we can have some place where maybe we don't have to juggle those, that's always nice. I'm thinking here. Let me try to do this. Ooh, that might actually work. That actually does work. Okay. Yeah, I think these have been tricksy right here. These crazy little hexes here. Trying to figure out what we want to do with those. So again, doing as much reflecting as we can of colors and whatever, lights and darks. Again, that upper lip normally gets reflected light there just on regular human lips. So here, if we want it to be all super shiny, we really got to make sure there's something there. Nice to see you there, Doji. Yeah, surface tension, you're not fixing for another one of those trips, or I think it's, well, usually those happen in the summer, right? Oh, and of course, surface tension, we have to have a weather report from Welshlandia. So surface tension, it's been almost in the, actually it's dropped down into the 50s, which I guess is what, like maybe 10-ish degrees Celsius or so, between say 10 and 12, 13, whatever. It has been, but the death orb is still in the sky there, surface tension. Go figure. Even with the death orb in the sky, it's proverbial September weather. Let me lighten the edge of the hair right there. That's fabulous. And again, Doji, if you want to share some of your super fabulous oil painted figs, please go ahead and do that. And so Doji, I'll send you some pictures of the City of the Dead. Now it's got paint on it. I got a resupply, a little restock of the those spray cans there. So yeah, surface tension. This was I took the old GPTs there and fed in an image of the actual bust, and then it said, make me the subdermal circuit boards and all that kind of stuff. Make the skin be shiny, like it's basically plastic. Everybody check out that Instagram link that Doji just shared. All right, there we got some of our light in there now. More light over here. Maybe a little more reflected light under here. Trying to lighten you up. Okay, this bus is from CA Sculpts. I do actually have a gargantuan one that even bigger than that other one you saw. So it's about at least 3 times the size of this one. Now the bigger ones, those are printed in FDM. Now thanks Doji, and boy, it is such a different look to it than that one. Very, very different look. You know what? We need a little. Yeah, we don't even have any mid-tone down in there. So Doji, I actually took one of the indoor tomato plants, which again is like 3 feet tall, and I replanted that into a one of the big pots that I got. So we'll see what that's looking like tomorrow. And then I was actually trimming back some of the tomato plants in the yard there. I have a whole bunch of. Oh, I'll send you a picture of all the stakes that are arriving. So these they're like 17-inch pieces, and they've got their fiberglass, and they have these connectors, so I can make them up to like 6 feet high. Which, believe it or not, I actually need for these tomatoes because that's how tall they're getting. Surface tension. There was something. Oh, it was on not My Mini Factory. What's the Colts 3D surface tension? And it was a Spanish artist. If I can find it, surface tension. I think he did do a camel. If I can find it, I'll try and get you that. But it was fairly certain that it was on Colts 3D. And I think he has like a Pieta. There's surface tension. So yeah, I don't know. Maybe just do a quick little like nativity search on Colts 3D, and maybe it'll show up. But yeah, he was a Spanish artist. Now I might have even found something on My Mini Factory 2, but the one I for sure remember that was on Colts 3D. As we're gonna try to soften some of these edges here. Now that's kind of one of the big things we'll be kind of doing as we go forward here. So yeah, very actually Cam, that bled in chrome That was a series that was, well, it was kind of done as webisodes. They were like 10-minute webisodes, and then they put them all together to make one episode. I did enjoy that. That was supposed to be a series on its own. Yeah, surface tension. I got to print those out myself because I've had those filed. I found them. It was kind of too late for Christmas. Let me do a little touch of again a reflected light right there. So a lot of the stuff we're going to be doing is well, it's getting close to hour 3. What is hour 3? Brushstroke management, right? That's where we look around and say, oh, you know what? Let's clean this up. We can see a little weird, funky edge over here. Let's clean that up. That's what we do when it gets to be brushstroke management time, or making adjustments. Either way. So bearded kilt. Hopefully you've been making really good progress on the figures. Sorry I didn't get a chance to see what it was you were painting before I started doing the streaming stuff here. I was kind of running around, bouncing around, getting ready for the stream. So again, let's see a little bit more dark right there. Now this right here, we need a little something more reflected here. That can't just be. I'm gonna go with this. That might be too light, but we can always. Okay, good. That's just about it. We needed something darker, but not quite that dark. So basically a dark middle tone. Ah, that sounds super fun there, Bearded Celt. And again, everybody please check out the Discord link that Bearded Celt just posted. No problem there, Bearded Celt. Well, you can take revenge. You can take revenge on the autocorrect monster. I'm sure you got yourself some chat point rewards chat points to use there. But yeah, check out the autocorrect monster. And if he unjustly modifies your post, you can take revenge on him. Of course, right, Bearded Celt, the dark things, the evil things, they like to lurk in the dark corners and scurry around. Or in his case, maybe not so much scurrying, it's just so much messing with your keyboard right there. So yes, you can always now expose the autocorrect monster to the light of day. And hopefully for this stream tomorrow, well, our Saturday stream anyway, we'll have maybe a fabulous new APCC logo, maybe even a little bit of a studio or something like that. Because, yes, it is the first day of college football season.
Who enters my domain?
Sector X, hopefully you didn't wake up to the autocorrect monster, because, well, that would be a Landrast experience right there. Let's have an experience where we welcome in Scarecrow. How you doing there, Scarecrow? Welcome back. So Scarecrow, thank you so much for the raid. And of course, if you want to share stuff in the chat, please go ahead and do that. So we're using the oil paints once again. This is a CA Sculpts bust. It's 3D printed. This time it's in resin here. We want to have that kind of chromy look. You can see a little bit of references down in the corners there. Now, we have done this before. Actually, it was a 2-episode Patreon series. You can see we have kind of some circuit boards under here. And then you have kind of like a plastic skin over the top of it. We decided to do something a little bit different with this version. Again, we went more of the chromy, obviously with the more Cylon-esque glow. Speaking of Cylons, our Monday stream, Armada Mondays, was, I think this is ship number 5 of our Battlestar Galactica universe right there. So yeah, it's another one of our Galactica ships. No problem there, Scarecrow. Oh, and also too, speaking of space, we did 4 spacescapes last night. We took one of our paintings that we did at the doing some demos at Gen Con. We chopped it into 4 pieces, and then we created 4 individual paintings, like so. All done with the same oil paints that we're using right here. So again, everybody please give Scarecrow Exec a follow. Great to see you again, Scarecrow. So yeah, Bearded Celt, it was Recoil created the original autocorrect monster, and then I was able to create a few image of him doing different things, and then from there created an animation based on the images. Ooh, you know what we're missing here? Some of that. Yeah, we needed that in there, and we also need again maybe a little bit more, another kind of chain of lights right there, another bit of reflected light over here. Let's go get our violet to do that. Blending brush. One's hiding around here somewheres. So again, we have kind of this light, dark, like what we're doing over here, right on the shoulder. Because that it's basically just a cylinder, right? Yeah, you wonder. I don't know if there's any mounted baristas in the Starbucks there. See what I did there? Okay, now that's way too. We're gonna get that toned down with the. Let's take our manganese blue here. We're gonna we're gonna take that down a notch. Perhaps even a little bit more right there. And then we're going to do our dark here and then actually try to get reflect light. So dark here to sharpen that. Okay, we did this here. Maybe a little more dark up there too. Yeah, let's do that. Okay, now down in here. Where's that violet? I think Scarecrow. It really is all about the reflections. Now, well, let's do a quick little film noir here. So we'll be taking away the glowy stuff, right? And we're going to be taking away the kind of the copper type finish on the, shall we say, clothes. But now, even just with value, see, it's an edge contrast kind of thing. We still have the edge contrast, but when we bring back our color, that's where you really get the sky portion, right, of the sky earth here. Yeah, boy, Landress, this has been a whole bunch of autocorrect monsters here this stream. I guess it's a good thing that you got people over there to kind of keep you awake. Otherwise, you would have yet another terrifying autocorrect monster experience. And again, now we are just about at hour 3 here. Now we're just gonna hit this with the blackest black. That's all we're gonna do. Oh, actually, first though, let me maybe we'll roll with this brush here. A little bit more of that lighter green. I don't even have the phthalo green out here. We're just gonna work with this again. Essentially a bit of verdigris, as the Swedish chef might say. More verdigris there. Blending brush. There's about a smidge of it in the crevice there. Rush again. There we go. More here. So yeah, I was very tempted that just wasn't quite. I would have had to move the camera around
Spark my ganja.
to get that some of that terrain that I thought about doing tonight on stream. Thank you so much for being a new little hobbit. Thank you so much, Black Black Biscuit. Biscuits. Don't let the hobbits hear about those. You won't have any biscuits left at all. They're hungry little buggers, aren't they? This modern stuff just freaks me out. We did have ourselves a 6 already on our big Gandalf 6. Will we get a second one for Blat Blat? Almost. It was almost there. It bumped into a paint tube and it stopped here at 5 for Blat Blat. Thank you so much, Blat. Appreciate that. See you later, Scarecrow. See you later, Scarecrow. So surface tension, for whatever reason, I have no idea why, but all of a sudden on Instagram, now they stopped as quick as they started, but there was like, I don't know, there was a dozen, Instagram previews or whatever. At least three of them were Swedish Chef, and I have no idea how that happened. And it's just bizarre. I wasn't searching anything with Muppets or whatever, or anything Swedish for that matter. And yet somehow there it was, Swedish Chef. I know why. Yes, Cam, I know exactly why. Because I think we've mentioned several times that this is a culinary channel. That's it. And we're talking about, so therefore we get Swedish Chef. Oh yeah, that's right. We're gonna make some tomato sauce that we can bottle and whatever for over the winter, with hopefully all the tomatoes that are gonna be coming out of that garden. So I might need to start getting those jars now. Yep, might need to do that. So again, there's a little bit of our green over there on this, which is essentially the reverse, right, of what we did here, where we essentially did kind of like a little bit of a rust effect there. But here it's a bit different, right? It's got that little bit of verdigris to it. So see you later, Scarecrow. Thanks again. Appreciate the raid. And again, thanks for the follow, Blat Blat. Now, what is supposed to be happening for our Saturday stream will be Army of the Dead. Let me do some of this here. Yep, more of this here again. We're going to come back with some dark now, I think. Let's do that. It's the Williamsburg Paynes Gray, which is more like indigo. Alright, let me thin that down a little more. Surface tension, you remember the story of, I started out the stream by saying, oh man, I went on Amazon and the War of the Ring board game, it was 129 bucks. I'll wait till it's cheaper. And by the end of the stream, like 4.5 hours later, recommended for you War of the Ring board game. And it was $79.99. See you later there, Doji. Glad you had a fabulous bakery run, and have yourself a great Saturday there, Doji. See you on your Sunday. Yes, indeed. And again, this Saturday stream, I don't think it's going to be a super late start, but it is first week of college football season. The time of joy has returned. The time of darkness is over. It's about, speaking of darks, let's get some more darks over here. lighten this up a bit more? Sure. You know what? Let's try that. This for a blending brush here. Come on, that way. Oh yeah, let's split these up. There's another place that needs a. There's again. This is all about brushstroke modification, edges, all that kind of stuff. Now that we are in hour 3. Speaking of edges, we need one there. Nope, that got too dark. So we
So
take our
here we
blending brush
are.
and we get rid of that. And we say thank you so much to Mogster. Thanks, Mogs. Appreciate that. Thank you so much. How you doing there, Mogs? And, well, happy Saturday. Happy Saturday. Get that stuff out of here. Okay. Looking at the see, we need another I wonders here. Let's change up a little something. We're gonna take this. We'll get rid of that, which then I believe means we can take this now. Create some reflected light there. Let me make that more of a blue. Prussian blue. Where's the Prussians? Let's bring out the Prussians here. Surface tension. Now we're gonna go, I think, lighter here. All right, take this. We're kind of reversing where the light was here. Let me get some of the fast matte white there. So Mogster, really appreciate that, and hopefully you're gonna maybe have some fun this weekend here, doing some miniature painting, maybe getting to play some games. Okay, that is back to this light once again. Trying to find all kinds of fun little reflections here. Blending brush again. So yeah, remember, let's see, what did it wipe out all at once, surface tension? It wiped out cerulean blue and cobalt blue, yes. And that's why the Prussian blue is the most militaristic color on the palette. It's very industrious, but also very militaristic and territorial. All right, we get a little bit more of our blue in there. And then indigo wiped out Payne's gray, but now Payne's gray has it's much like Gollum. It's kind of snuck its way back in surface tension via the alkyds. Ironically enough, because we're doing a lot less of the staining stuff and the pre-glaze, that kind of facilitated the return of Payne's gray. Now here again, this is all about trying to soften up some edges, getting rid of brush strokes, that sort of thing. I know the cool kids would say, oh yeah, well hit it with the airbrush or something like that. Well, we don't need the airbrush. We have hairy sticks. with the exception of these new brushes. Or where's our brand new? Ah, here it is. Yep, bristle-free brushes right now. So this is again a special price of only $200 for the bristle-free brush. And then of course this one we added again a new feature. We developed our special brush even further. We actually have the paper towel added in. So yes, the paper towel is already there. Again, that adds an extreme amount of value. So a surface tension, I don't know if you've seen the difference between Williamsburg Payne's Gray and say something like, well, even same thing with Gamblin Payne's Gray. Those are basically like bluer than indigo. And then you get to, say, Winsor Newton Payne's Gray. That is almost like a violet by comparison. It's like a violet gray. Very, and some are also to the Williamsburg is ultra matte too. So yeah, surface tension. I need to create a logo for the bristle-free brushes or an ad campaign for that. Because that needs to be a thing, right? Surface tension. Here we have no reflected light over here. We're going to get some this way. A little more light down there. And then also a little something on that. Blending brush again. No, do we still? Okay, we still do have our. That's Perline red. That's not Perline crimson. That is just Perline red. That's what we need in here. We'll hit this one too. We'll get that on the top side here. Then up there. And now here, let me get the Windsor red. It's kind of chunky there. But that's going to go over some of this orange. Tone that down. Because we do want some of the red glowing there. I'm going to let that just move in a little bit further on our little glowing areas here. Might even tone these guys down a little bit here. Now we need that, can't all just be that really, really dark stuff. Ironically enough, we'll probably take some of our classic Payne's Gray, mix it with the violet here, make it even more of a, well, violet gray. Let's get a little something here that just can't be, ironically enough, that's a dark green primer, super dark green. I mean, if Perline Black was a primer color, that's about what that would be. More of it up here. Also over there. Now let's get some of our lighter color involved, like that top edge, and then guess what down here? Little more reflection up there. Blending brush now. Same thing. That is going to get extended a little. Nope, I'm going to get all that grayish color out of there. match the edge of this here. Gonna do it here now. Also there. Ah, here's another. That's right. Let's go to something like a little bit of the blue. No one. Ah, that's why that. It's like, why does this have the same as every? Okay, that's because we never actually got that edge there. This one right along here. We'll take our blending brush to it, like usual. There we go. Softens all the edges around. I'm not sure this can be all that much darker up here. That's about as dark as it can be. I'd like for that to come right over this and keep going there. Okay, yeah. Ah, we need this to be a whole lot darker up here, I think. Also, it's gonna get creating one of those edges. Maybe more of our blue. So we got the manganese blue and such. Nope, that would be too dark. Let me go back to more of the sky blue. For right in there. I'm not so sure I want the super light stuff right on the edge here, but we'll try and do that here. Surface tension, what I never really realized is that hair almost always has that crazy little ring of highlights around it. I think you can sort of see it on this one here. Yeah, kind of again, the kind of the ring of highlights around it. Actually, believe it or not, surface tension, you know what made me more aware of it was GPT. Yeah, as I was making my references and stuff, it would really, it kind of focused in on that, and I went, wait a minute, and that's actually what made me more aware of it there. Surface tension was doing the references in GPT of all things. Fine, we'll throw a little light on that too. And the darker it is, surface tension, sometimes, wow, it really can be shinier. I have some of my green in the hair there. Might get a little more. In some ways, it almost, well, I guess, if it's got the same, was that creatine, whatever, that's in your nails, that's shiny too, right? So I guess it makes, I mean, that kind of constant contact, right? Surface tension, it makes sense then. They would almost be shiny, not necessarily non-metallic metal shiny, but shiny-ish. Come on, we're getting a little bit more of our light into there. All right. Little bit of reflection up there. Blending brush. Take some of that away. Gonna expand that out a little bit too. The nose, I think up here we have to do a little something with the nose here. Let me get my reference back up in front of me here real quick. That is pretty late there. Now, might try to reflect a little red over here. That's too dark. And a little bit of our orange in it too. A little smidge again of our red reflection there. Same on that side maybe. That needs at least a darker, almost like a horizon line here, so that the bottom of the nose, well, I might have to still paint some reflected light there. Alright, I got the violet stuff over here to do that with. Let's break it down a little bit, and there it is again, some reflected light. Maybe we gotta, I'm gonna go later with the blue on top of it. Sky blue, some of this for that nostril on the top of it over here. Might still not be quite light enough. Let me try to lighten it up some more. See you later there, surface tension. Yeah, I was wondering when you were going to have to make your way out the door with that hound there. So see you later there, surface tension. Thanks for being here, of course. Appreciate that. Alright, yeah, there we are. Nope. I'm going to have to bring that dark back into that one little line there. Kind of lost it there. And that's sort of an important one, too. You don't want to lose that line. So again, have yourself a good one there, surface tension. Is this hopefully not too dark here? I think that's good over there. Maybe a little bit more of that dark come down over here. And then that might help with some of the, again, we want to have expression on this thing. Oh, that's right. Let's try to maybe even do something really light for the eyes. We do still have some of our fast matte white here. There's some of our yellow, a little bit of the orange in it. Tiny touch of the orange there. Is this going to be enough? Let me see if we can really get some kind of really light thing going on in the eyes here. Like that. And that. So I think now we got something really light, and then I'm going to try anyway. No, it's not really doing anything there. It did on that lower lid. I'm going to try it again here. Okay, so now, yeah, I think we have that on the lower lids as well. Okay, now down here, let's see what we can do with this. So really, really make sure we've got ourselves some tight, sharp edges here on these crazy axes here. Get something a little bit lighter on these edges. Oh, yeah, this edge here. Let me hit this one. And then that one. That one we already did. Alright, let me get it this way now. Try and do something like that on the other side here. Yeah, making this as light as we can, but still have some of our orange in it. Otherwise, it would just be pasty chalky, and that's not really going to be good. Got that, and this one here. Let's hit that again. Something along those lines. All right. Whoops, don't want to remove my verdigris there. I think because we have our little dark lines in there, that might still be okay at this point. Yeah, that actually works. A little extra light on the bottom of that there, maybe, or not. I don't know. That's maybe, if not entirely remove that, at least just tone it down for sure. Try to get the top edge of these two hexes later. Also this one. And that now. I think I'm going to also try now to go the opposite direction. Let me see, because this orange kind of like just stops here. Do I want to try and carry that further, or I think I might do the other way here. We might come back with the blue, I think. That makes maybe a little more sense. Let me try this. Especially over here, I think. How's about we welcome in Jinxed Art? Hey there, Jinx. How you doing? Everybody, please give Jinxed Art a follow. Great to see you again there, Jinxed. I hope everything is going fabulous. Of course, Jinx, if you want to share anything in the chat, please go ahead and do that, of course. So, Jinx, we're working on a little bust right here. This is from CA Sculpts, 3D printed, and we're kind of, well, a little bit of a Cylon kind of a look there to it. A little bit different than this, which was two-part video series where we were kind of doing the circuit board stuff here, and then basically like shiny plastic skin kind of almost saran wrapped over the top of it there. So two very different looks on the exact same bust. Speaking of sci-fi type things, this is our Monday stream. And again, Jinx, do you want to post anything in the chat? I know you got stuff you can post there. We've been doing a whole series of Battlestar Galactica ships. This is number 5, actually. Yeah, it's the 5th Battlestar Galactica ship. And then, of course, last night we did 4 more Spacescapes. Again, all this done with the oil paints. The same paints you see on the bus, the same paints you saw on that ship, same paints here on these studio art. So yeah, we did 4 of these guys last night. That was super fun. Well, we call it Flat Thursdays. Well, now we're calling it the Flat Thursday Challenge. So all the skellies are here in the form of Jinxed Art. Everybody, please again give Jinxed Art a follow. So Jinx, I hope that everything is again going really, really, really fabulous. Again, there's not a whole bunch of us left from that same era of streaming, so it's always great to see you there, Jinxed. Actually, well, let's see. I know that I think Dr. Faust is still streaming, but I think we've, I don't know, there's a couple other folks, some of our late night compadres. I haven't seen them stream in a while. Hey there, Paintwater, how you doing? Everybody, please give Paintwater Smollier a follow. Paintwater, why don't you also share some fabulous painted stuff in the chat? Paintwater, oh man, I'll have to send you some pic. Oh, yeah, Paintwater, send me a message because I want to send you the. I printed out the entire City of the Dead Paintwater from Printing Goes Ever On. And I mean the entire thing. Actually, now I'm printing out a bunch of rocks from Conquest Creations to go around it because the that terrain piece is 360 degrees. I did not know it until I went to put it together. I'm like, why does this not go together? That's because it's 360 degrees. It's about 3 feet long. It's about 2 feet high, at least. It was 25 pieces paint water, and obviously it took weeks to print. Now I'm printing out a barracks for my Dol Amroth board. I actually was spraying some more Moria terrain, basically Balin's tomb area there. Landrest, I wonder with the with Helm's Deep / Hornburg, how many pieces that was? How many pieces did you print before you kind of gave up on that one, Landrest? And what was freaky, Landrest, is the two biggest pieces are the ones that face backwards. They weren't necessarily infill. They were sort of infill, but yeah, really weird. So again, thank you so much, Jinx, for the raid. Appreciate that. Yeah, let's clean this up over here. Yeah. Actually, Landrest, I'm pretty sure that the that massive Easterling Palace that I did was more pieces than the. I think it was like more like 30 something pieces. Well, technically it was more than 25 because two of the pieces were actually 6. So it is when you take all of the pieces together, it was closer to 30 pieces. No, it wasn't closer to. It was 31 actually. Yeah. Because I think it's piece number 25 and piece 24, something like that, are actually 3 pieces in one. You know what? I'm going to darken you down just a little bit there too, and then maybe even this. So here in that shadow area, I know we've got our kind of verdigris effect going on. Ooh, not that one, this one. So too much of this dark in these areas just going to wipe that out. We don't want to do that. So let me see, 3 hours, 24 minutes ago, this basically was this. It was some dark green, super dark green primer. That's all it was. There was no source lighting. There was no chromie effect. There was nothing. Straighten these out a little again. Again, a couple of these got a bit verschmizzled. We're going to de-verschmizzle those. Sharper edges on them. Nope, that is getting to be too dark. Let's go back over here. Now that's kind of a very grayed down version of our sky blue, but I think that's probably a better choice. Up here. fine. Maybe even that too. Yeah, that makes more sense being darker like that. So again, paint water. I wasn't sure were you doing. I know you have those. Was it monthly events? Almost basically the mini tournaments, right? At your store there. Hopefully you've been doing those and having a lot of fun with those things still. Yeah. What is going on with that? I think we might need to get a little bit of our blue down here. Much as we like our shadow there, we need a little bit of our kind of sky blue color there. And I know those are kind of a more of a casual type of thing, right? Not supposed to be crushing everybody with them. Oh, that sounds fantastic there, Paintwater. Now, Paintwater, I think you saw the post with all the different trees and everything. I actually, among the bazillion other things I got to do, I actually have to make a ton more trees for the Shire out of the FDM supports. Yeah, I got to do a ton of those. Bit of light right along there. Okay. Little extra reflected light there on the side of her head. I mean, it's not like we couldn't have reflected light on the hair, too. My surface tension, and what's interesting is now that I'm printing out all the busts with the FDM, again, this is kind of this is in between, but I printed out an FDM one. You can see the Nerix and plinth there. I printed out even bigger ones than this, and those end up producing some of the best trees rather than just say your standard terrain piece, which is obviously a little bit less organic usually. So yeah, that's kind of been the other side benefit, Paintwater, of printing all the busts out in FDM, the big ones. Is that, well, guess what? I end up with some really big trees, and all you need is just like one of those big supports like that, and boom, you got yourself the formulation for a tree. So I am putting a little bit of green here, just not a whole bunch, but just a little something there. Try and make this a little different. I might even try to get some of that maybe on the reflected light here. Yeah, that's kind of fun. We're using our not radiant green for this. Oh, look, and it's next to our violet, which makes it radiant gray. Because of course it does. Because green and violet, what do they make? They make gray. Well, we got the, what was that? The reindeer moss, and then a whole bunch of really inexpensive stuff on Amazon, which normally you have to pay a ton just to get a tiny bit of MIG ammo stuff of a version of it, whatever, or 8K interactive, but was to be able to find some really good, like birch leaves and stuff, and other forms of flock to put on top of the reindeer moss. But yes, now I need to make at least about 6 or 7 more trees minimum, and maybe even one really colossal sized tree for the party tree there.
So
Oh,
say
thanks,
we all.
Renlor. Appreciate that, Renlor. Oh, look at that. Bush and Moriarty is here too, and Bush to Pyro.
So say we
Thanks,
all.
Renlor. Actually, Renlor, have you had a chance to post some of your your creature caster thing, right, Renlor? Yeah, why don't you go ahead and post that in the chat there so people
So
can
say
see
we
that.
all.
Hopefully the new stuff is going well there, Renlor. And well, let's see. Hopefully Tuesday was fun at the paint party there, the
So
usual
say we
Tuesday
all.
gathering. Everybody, please check out that Instagram link that Renlor just shared. So thanks, Renlor. Appreciate that.
So say we all.
So yeah, I haven't been getting a whole lot of alerts for say like Studio J7 and some of our other late night compadres. Actually, Oculus. I haven't seen
So
Oculus in
say
a
we
while
all.
either. So yeah, now he's all by himself in Hotlanta there, right? Renlor and
So say
other
we
member of the
all.
crew is off in yeah, usually Fridays and or Saturdays. Corvus Oculum is streaming
So say we all.
for whatever reason. Yeah, I haven't seen him in a while. Hopefully everything is okay there. I know sometimes people are just they're away, they're doing stuff, whatever.
So say we all.
So thanks again, Renlor. Appreciate that. Cause yeah, I don't see him there.
So say we all.
Paintwater, I think Drax. I don't think we'll be seeing Drax anymore. I mean, he's okay, but I think it was a combination of hours changing at work. Remember Thunderdome Drew, Paintwater? I think Drew is. Well, I think he's kind of gone off doing his own business or something. But yeah, there's not many of us left, right? Paintwater from the original group there. But yeah, I don't see. Actually, I haven't seen Dr. Faust in a while either. Now, of course, our streams are starting later and later. Well, Renler, here's hoping you can make hay. Right? You gotta make a lot of hay there. Get as much done as you can when the opportunity presents itself. Now, here's a little touch of our. Like they're trying to get some more individual strands of hair in there. Yeah, Jinx. Well, I think Teals is still streaming. I don't. Geez, have you seen Steep Tea in a while there, Jinx? I haven't. Gosh, it's been well over a year, I think, since I've seen Steep Tea. Yeah, there's a couple of folks. I think Studio J7. Yeah, I haven't seen Studio J7 in a while. So Renlor, actually Renlor, you can always use our flashlights, right? You can use this, and that will. Well, we actually can kind of see. Look at there's some harsh light right there. Now here again, we shine it this away, right? That's one way to kind of predict in advance, right? Yeah, so a little bit earlier than. And again, everybody, please give Nganes a follow. Nganes, I think yeah, you posted your stuff there in the chat. Give Nganes a follow. Appreciate you being here again, Nganes. I don't think Steep ever really streamed on the weekends. I think Steep would be like either was it maybe it's Wednesday or Thursday or something. And again, Jinx, if you want to post anything in the chat, please go ahead and do that, of course. Now, Jinx, were you getting ready for any more shows or any painting contests or anything like that? I do remember that this was years ago. you were working really, really hard for towards a show. You had to have a whole bunch of art pieces ready for a show. There we go again. I'll see. There's so Renlor. Yeah, the harsh light might create, like you say, almost like a ring around the head there with the hair. Everybody check out that Instagram link that Jinx just posted. Not just fabulous skellies, all kinds of amazing art in there too. So please go check that out. And again, please give Jinx Art a follow. So yeah, Jinx, I ended up with four 11 by 14 paintings. Again, I was doing airbrush demos in the Badger booth, and now we've done it 4 times now. But here's again some of them. So this was one painting. We chopped it up into four, and then we did four different spacescapes. This was last week. This was the week before. Here again, very different color palettes. Originally at Gen Con, all I had was Stynylrez and Ghost Tints to paint with. So then we've come back in and we have done again just a wee bit of modification for basically four different color schemes. So we're gonna have to keep doing these, which means I gotta create some. I have more of those 11 by 14 boards, and we'll do some kind of airbrushy stuff on there, and then we'll take that and turn them into oil paintings. And we were doing those last night. Now, Rendor, were you able to do some more color charts? I'm going to be doing another color theory and oils episode potentially as early as Sunday. Be a little bit of kind of a comparison type video between mostly the alkyds versus the real paints. Some of it might also involve, for colors maybe that in one, uh, might be like a considered a staining color. We try that too. Yeah, MTO is when I was doing those at one of them got really, really. Actually, it was the ones I was working on last night. MTO is they got spattered really bad because the painting was like sitting in front of me, and then I don't know, something got spilled or whatever. So yeah, that one got spattered pretty bad. But now all the spatter is gone. Yep, all gone now because it's covered with our fabulous oil paint. So yeah, Camden, I'm kind of searching for like a name. What do we call that particular video? Because it is kind of a paint showdown, right, Camden, in a way. Are the not radiance? What's interesting, Camden, is the not radiance. They do take longer to dry. Those are usually still. I can still work with them the next day, sometimes 2-3 days later. All right, let's doing some more of that up here. So Jinx, glad that you've been able to charge in the mint now. Have you been working on kind of larger scale figures there? Actually, Camda, there what was it sitting over here somewhere? Can't reach it. It was one of those FDM figures that I printed out. It was like about 8 inches tall or something. I didn't even have a chance to see if it would fit on screen. I doubt if it would have. So Tifu, I'm not sure what level that you pledged at, but let's say you did the army painter thing, the $15 one. That would be getting you all of it. And also Tifu, um, again, there's that original message that I send when you first subscribe. So let's say again you do the $15 Army Painter pledge or something like that. Then I send you the email with all of the links, and that might be ended up in your spam folder there because that just happened to somebody yesterday. They were asking me for the email. I've sent it twice. Yeah, it was in their spam folder. So that is something you want to be on the lookout for. And again, if you got the $5 pyramid level there, well, that'll get you those color theory and oils episodes. So yeah, the posts on the Patreon page, that just kind of let folks know what is on there because some folks, they have to, maybe a situation arises and they can't subscribe for that month or a couple of months, but at least that way they get a chance to know what's been what's been posted. See you later there, Jinx. Again, thanks for the raid. As always, appreciate you being here. It's always great to see you there, Jinx. And well, actually, Jinx, you'll be doing Adepticon again, right? So that the Wednesday meet and greet, right? Yeah, so we can do that again. I hope that it was fun for you being there, at least. So yeah, Renlor, boy, those coward chart things. It's so wild what they show. A lot of unexpected things, right, Camda? In fact, there's always some kind of unexpected result. See you later there, Jinx. Yeah, appreciate you being here. Yeah, you know what? Here, let me chuck a little more reflected light down there. Okay, yeah, so Tifu, after the stream, I'll be shooting you that email. And again, now if it's the Army Painter pledge level, that also comes with a search link there. So yeah, that search link, what that does is, again, that's with the Army Painter pledge level there. That again has we just kind of call it like a search engine type of thing. It'll even scour well, it used to scour Twitch for Twitch sessions too, but it'll actually go to, like, say, non-Patreon videos in case maybe one of those could be helpful too. So yeah, after the stream, I'll be shoot you a message there, and that'll have your links. And of course, I always recommend to start out with those color theory and oils vids, the ones that have the color charts in them. Oh, let me draw this down a little more here. There we go. So now here on this one, I'm doing a little bit more with the hair as far as the lights go, because we have already so much, so many bright highlight things going on with the metals there. So yeah, Tifu, thank you so much for doing that. And then Tifu, of course, you'll get every time there's a new episode, I think there'll be a new email that comes in. So yeah, you definitely want to make sure those don't end up in the spam folder there. So Camda, is this like week 1 of the recovery time, right? Or are we already in week 2? Yeah, I felt really bad, Camda, when I had to tell Ryan. It's like, well, it's like this. Twitch is getting rid of highlights, so That particular search thing is going away. Trying to, that might have been, oh, no, no, actually, that's not too bad. Actually, that kind of continues this. So that's making more sense now. Yeah, this whole thing here, definitely, I feel like that's much more integrated than it was initially. Fine, we're gonna throw a little extra light over here. Couple touches more up there. Let's see. So Renlar, is Ursa like mid-October or is it early October? I don't think it's late October. I think it's kind of like middle of October, maybe towards the early side. No, it is the end of October. Okay. Now, hopefully, folks maybe at Ursa will also maybe be painting some of our fabulous Lord of the Rings themed gummy bears. That keeps growing exponentially there, doesn't it, Renler? Kind of like the Hobby Night thing does. Actually, Tifu, oh, it was, what were the ciders that we had at Gen Con there, Renlor? Oh, it was, well, you guys had, was it a cranberry one? I had the blueberry one. But I think Armored Wolf might have had the cranberry one. Renler, I could swear, I think I saw some trophies, right? There's little golden duck trophies, right? You know what? That's actually a little, that's a nose ring there. Okay, well, in that case, I started suspecting that. In that case, I guess I better do this then. So we'll do that. Now we're going to hit it again. Whoa, Jesus. I'm just going to put some more of the fast matte white out. It'll be easier that way. So we're just going to grab some of this here, like you do. Get all the paint out of that brush. And now let's try for some more of our latest light because a lot of other colors worked its way into our... there we go. I think we're going to also hit this some more. Thank you so much, Tifu. Actually, Tifu, I never had that before. I didn't even know that existed. And yeah, that was really fantastic stuff. I enjoyed that. So if we ever go back there, Renlar, I know what I'm getting there. Of course, before that though, it's all about maters at Adepticon. Yes, indeed, all about maters. Fabulous German restaurant with Sprecher on tap. Yes, Sprecher's is on, basically virtually on tap there. No, I think we've got that as light as we can go. No, can't do anything more there. Can get that edge a little bit more. So again, well, 3 hours 50 minutes ago, how much paint was on this? There was no paint on this. There was some primer. Paint, not so much. A little bit of dry brushy stuff. We didn't really do any kind of glazy thing over the top of it. Yeah, Renlor, this had a very different approach. It wasn't like anything. It wasn't pre-glaze, it wasn't the other either. It was kind of a hybrid because, well, the situation called for it, right, Camda? Sometimes you just, well, you have to do something very different than the normal process given whatever the subject is. And again, you can see the references down there. Now, of course, I in my haste, I was a hasty hobbit, Camda. I didn't tell it that I wanted more sky blue in the reflections there on the upper surface, things that faced upwards. So that's why in the references it's a little bit on the warmer side there. And of course, I told it to make the hair and the clothes be something that looked like copper. I just figured it might be a little bit less confused if I did something like that. Because again, you can confuse it with the parameters. Yeah, I didn't want to confoozle it. So Renlor, now do you have you have a ducky that you're working on then for Ursa? Oh, and here's hoping that Hunter and Melissa and all they're all doing very well there too. We want all the Alaska crew to be doing well. Even when one part of the Alaska crew is always just wandering all over the world. I'm going to try and get me a little extra dark right up in there. Then blending brush time. So yeah, Tifu, I really enjoy the ciders, and then Armored Wolf. I was in 2023. Armored Wolf got me a set of meads. It was like a variety pack of meads, and I never had that before. There was definitely a fave. I think it was four different flavors, maybe. There was definitely a fave out of the four. All right, again, that little extra dark around the edge. See, it kind of separates that plate from the one in front of it. Take a little bit more dark up in here, a little bit of blue in there as well. Boom, there we are. Okay, I think now that finally is working out. And the difference, again, this is a two-part series on the Patreon, and we did the same thing. Took the photos of that and said, okay, show me this thing where the skin looks like it essentially has subdermal uh, circuit boards, and then show me what it would look like with shiny skin that kind of is like, well, skin color, and then the green glow. So you can see very different appearance with the green versus the than the orange there. Now I'm glad that you could hang out here, Tifu, and of course we appreciate all the folks that have been in the stream for years and years because it's been like an open laboratory, Tifu, with folks experimenting. Obviously, we wouldn't know anything about the fabulous Paul Rubens paints if Camda hadn't said, "Hey, look, I think I might have found the universal alkyds," which might be even more important right now, Camda. So just things like that, or I mean, even when it comes to terrain things, well, that's right, the guy with the what black magic, whatever, and he's the one that does those water
Hello,
pieces.
little hobbit. Spark my ganja.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Ah, so wait a minute. So you're made out of metal, huh? He's like, yeah, I think so. Sure looks that way. He's like, maybe you'd like to fight the Balrog, cause yeah, not really made of metal. Actually, I'm just wearing pajamas here. Gandalf is always trying to get somebody else to fight the Balrog. Now, are we gonna have ourselves another Gandalf 6 for I plays? Ooh, it was close. It landed in one of my little containers there, but it stopped at a 4, a decent roll for I plays. I haven't used those cam. It's kind of funny because as a kid, right, with the model trains and everything, that was how everybody did it. You did like the furring strips and then newspaper, right, and then you did those bandages there. Camda have usually just kind of done things like, well, they have that kind of cheap expansion foam that they use for like packing stuff, and then taken things like some plaster, mixing that in with the glue and such. I remember, when speaking of someone that doesn't stream anymore, of course, Steela Rebel. Remember Steela had those little things for staining tests? I think they were little barrels. Yeah, they were little barrels or something like that were 3D printed. Yeah, Cam, it did feel very weird printing out all of those rocks. But actually, you'd be proud of me, Landrest. I wasn't just mirroring stuff. I was cutting stuff and then mirroring it. So yeah, those few rocks should become several different rocks, at least in appearance. But I think with those Holbein, and it's funny because I only really knew them as making watercolors. Those they were kind of on the slimy side, and they had a tendency to just slip right off of miniatures. Yeah, Landress. Now I just got to remember to do that to like 100 different make it epic basing bits there. No, not 100 different, hundreds of different. Yeah. All right. So I think now we got that nice and sharp on the snoot right there. Yep, that'll work. And some more here. I don't think I want to make that too much darker. This, however, there's a really weird junction point here. It's not like that on the other side. Yeah, okay, that works. I think we've got these edges pretty well stripped. Maybe not this one. Now, let me come back with let me come back with that mid-range sky blue here. Let me try this. Let's try that, and that's going to go right over here. Yeah, that got a little schmooged there. We'll unschmooge it. Now, which variety was it of the Make It Epic? I mean, there's just so many of them, right? Right, Landrast. I actually have to. Oh, gee whiz! I have to start chopping up. Well, not chop, but taking pieces of cardboard and making massive, like 6 foot long backdrops. Like, well, one for Army of the Dead. And I need one for Harad. I think the one that I got for basically Rohan, that could work for a few other ones too. Because we don't have enough stuff to try and squeeze into the house. We have to make 6 foot long. Oh yeah, I think I have their bamboo trees. I know I've got them. I think from Goon Master Games too. Okay, let's got a little bit more of the sky blue in it. Trying to just again soften a few edges here, like you do. I know I don't have the bonsai trees. I don't think I need those for the Easterlings. I mean, it would be fun to have them for, trying to think what other faction could work with it. Well, not. I was thinking the Conquest, the new Conquest faction. That's it, Landress. Yes. I don't even know what the heck they're called. Or Cathay, maybe. Hmm. I might just put a little bit of that blue in there. Maybe we'll lighten this up a smidge more. Same up here on the chin. Now up here, little raggedy there. I'm gonna maybe here. Let's take the some of our white, mix it with that sky blue here. Closer maybe to under the eye. Hopefully, MTOs will be able to make good use of those bits for sure. Landrast. Let me try a little more of that light up in here. This line here. Okay, I don't want that to be too bright, but I think I need a little something there. Okay, yeah. That I was wondering what the heck was missing over there. That's what it was. Might try to lighten this up as well. Let me see what happens right here. Boom. Okay. Gotta extend that light further up there. Little light on the lip there. Nope, that got a little too light. Let me take down some of this. Nope, I gotta get more of that cleaner off of there. Any liquid on that. Alright, there we go. Is nice. The that's the manganese blue hue. That's one of the Gamlin alkyds there. Of course, those are all out of print. They don't make those anymore. The only alkyd that they make is the fast matte white. So now we're kind of tinting that. See that's that manganese blue is. It's almost like the fluorescent blue oil or something like that. It's ultra translucent. It's like the Indian yellow of blues. So yeah, a little bit right there. Maybe some over here over that eye. Some here on the nose again. I think we need a little bit of reflection of some kind. Minus that fuzz on the brush. Dare we stay a little lighter here? No, not with that. Break it down some more. Come on. There we go. Now, back to this side again. I'd like to get more of this violet back on. No, now let's try the little bit of the violet up here. Now some of our radiant green. Ultimately, they're going to just make, well, a gray. Because green and violet, what do they make? When you mix them together, they make gray. Only a nifty gray. Instead of kind of like some weird dead gray that you would get like in a jar of whatever paint. Yes, just save yourself the cashola, make your own grays. Might as well, because there's a whole bunch of colors. Easy to combine them to make some very fabulous grays. Maybe a little further down there. Oh yeah, some of this is kind of a little bit of brushstroke maintenance now that we are actually over the 4-hour mark. Look at that. Well, looky there. Back to here. This is relatively light. That's gonna go right over here again. Maybe those are some lights or whatever, right? That are reflecting, bouncing off. Oh gosh, remember the those? It was those wraiths. It was the basically your was it for the Hobbit movies. So your wraiths at Dol Guldur, and we did like the flames. It wasn't any kind of on-camera light source. It was off-camera light sources, and there was those little bits of flame on their armor. I think we've made that as light as we can. Same over here. You know what? That little dot there, we're going to change that into more of a shape, I think. Again, trying to kind of break these down into some other light and dark shapes. Reflect in whatever. Even some parts of the miniature will reflect on itself. Nice to see you again there, Solitaire. Now, well, Solitaire, that's how we have to train our army. We have to train them when they are young, right, Solitaire? I only think of it again because, well, when I was much younger, I was provided with lots and lots of educational materials that maybe were not necessarily intended for someone who is, well, 6 years old. But well, that's one of my armies. The other army, right, is going to be a bunch of kids that have sniffles or something like that. We'll send them around the world on field trips. They'll touch every door handle and they'll touch everybody, and we just wait about 4 to 7 days and we can just walk in and conquer whatever because everybody will be incapacitated. Uh, but yeah, we're really, I know that there's a couple folks that do that. They actually do miniature painting classes for kids and such, and that's a very a nice experience for them to kind of have a little bit of guidance. But I hope that you do a real well there, Solitaire. Solitaire. Did you see any of the stream last night with the four new spacescapes? That was uh, that was the last of our Gen Con paintings, so we have to now. I actually have to grab the airbrush stuff and make new ones. Hey there, Pendrake. How you doing? Great to see ya. So yeah, next convention for me is going to be well, hopefully anyway, Adapticon next year. So here's Solitaire. Again, we took one of those paintings and we chopped them up, and that was a little bit of a different color scheme than well, each one has been a different color scheme. The last one was pretty much lots of oranges and yellows. This one was a little bit of, well, we had some oranges, reds, but then also we had some violet in there too. So that was last night's stream there. So great to see you, Pendrake. Here's hoping that all is well. Now here I'm going to get rid of where we've got that. Just trying to reflect that over here. It didn't quite work there. Maybe we put it up over here or something. But that, yeah, that's better. That does more of a metal look to it. Sorry, Pendrake, that seems to kind of been like a theme for a little while there. Well, here's hoping that yeah, I don't know if you would be doing a Dipticon or something like that, but just even if it's by ReaperCon next year or something like that, because I know ReaperCon is super fun. And of course, we wish all the best for all of our Reaper friends and Texas friends, of course. All right, where's my? So we're back to our blue there, that manganese blue hue. Again, that is super translucent. So yeah, Pendrake, hopefully, I guess now Pendrake, have you maybe still been able to kind of keep up with the miniature painting though? Hopefully it hasn't kind of taken you away from that too. Trying to knock this down just a bit and also again do some cleanup there on some of the edges. Yeah, that's good. And now maybe a little of this on the neck now that we've cleared up some of that. Yeah, I think that's what we needed. Now we can maybe do a little bit of the brown there. Sorry to hear that, Pendrake. Again, here's hoping that little bit of a path forward presents itself. Again, that reflecting something right there. do this here now. So I get that. Essentially, take this, reflecting over there. If it's going to be all, if everything's going to be so shiny and everything and reflecting, well, then it should be reflecting stuff. All right, now we're going to try that. That's getting to be a little too right. That was about more of the perline black. So we'll do that. Blending brush. It's a hard to reach area, but look at that. It's no problem to get softer blends and edges. More there. So again, a little bit of reflected whatever there. I'm glad that you could at least do that. And Pendrake, even if it's just maybe just prepping some miniatures or something very, very low impact, a little something just to kind of that sort of muscle memory type thing. And instead of just kind of like, well, let's say all of a sudden you are able to really get to sit down and paint. Sometimes just like, okay, well now we're gonna paint, and after a while, it takes a little bit of time to get kind of used to it again. Maybe even just do some value studies, right? Just take a miniature, do one light color, one dark color. Ooh, there we go. That's nice up there, that little bit there. That's good, Pendrake. Again, every little bit is something. Even if it doesn't seem like, okay, that wasn't really the most impressive miniature project ever, but when you're kind of climbing uphill a little bit, sometimes just that starting the climb is the hardest part. Let me do that here. I mean, it was that way with the house, and still that way. Sometimes I'll just say, well, okay, I can reclaim like 2 square feet. But if you do that every single day, even just over 10 days, well, now, okay, you got 20 square feet. You do that over a month, all of a sudden, that adds up. And it can be daunting, especially at first. We still now we might finally have the really light stuff into the blue transition there. Okay, now this thing up here got a little whacked here. We're gonna maybe take this. Hopefully not too dark, because these other ones, I'm just looking at those. Why don't we just at least make it like those? And doing that already, yeah, that helped a bunch. Now maybe a little darker towards the top there. Sorry, Pendrick, and of course, when something like that happens, it's not really. You say, oh yeah, your miniature place that would be a nice place of solitude and relaxation, but when when something like that happens, you don't have that kind of that security anymore. You're just hoping you can kind of rebuild that little bit of sense of tranquility and such. Now we got 2 hard edges. We can have one. We can't have 2 side by side. So this one gonna go away, and we're gonna leave that other one mostly intact. Yes, that's what we wanted. That is what we want. Now I'm gonna also Is that gonna be too much of the radiant green there? No, not really. No, I actually got some a little lighter. Got reflected light. It's chromy. Gonna have the reflections. And I think, yeah, I think I see him now. I think I see him now. What else? Something like that. I wonder. Nope, that is too bland. I need more of the sky blue in there. It may sort of light, but I also gotta have the sky blue. We're kind of taking too much of that sky blue away. Also, too, here. Kind of like what we had to do down here with those hexes. We gotta figure out what's going on with this hex up here. We've been hexed. But yeah, doing this bus for a second time now, it does make it easier to figure, okay, what to do with this kind of stuff here. That really, it was tough to figure that. Even with all of the references that we created, it was still difficult to figure out what in the world should I do with this. I mean, all this other stuff was fairly easy. This part here, it's just like, what the heck do you do with that? Okay, I think we've got our darkest dark in place there. Now let me smooth that a little bit with our blending brush. This bit of hair right here, we gotta. I might take our green again. This is dark middle tone-ish green. Now a little bit more of our lighter green here. And it's gonna go like so. Like so. Some of it here. Alright, now, yeah, there was absolutely nothing there. We can't just have, well, nothing. We need something. Might need another little blast over here. This is our not radiant green. Geez, we're going to be using a lot of this tomorrow for sure. And Army of the Dead, well, Saturday anyway. Our Saturday stream gonna hopefully feature a whole bunch of Army of the Dead. I'll try to scare up some of our existing ones. I know there's been several stream. Oh yeah, the Highland miniatures. That was probably the first 3D printed Army of the Dead that I ever did. Yeah, it was Highland miniatures. So Tifu basically, and now I can even. What's there? Some of the most recent color theory and oils there, Tifu. So these are the those radiance, or sorry, these are those Paul Rubens colors we've been talking about. So essentially, this is almost identical to radiant green, and then this one here is almost identical to radiant violet. And then there was a couple of other ones. they'll say things like this here. So the radiants, obviously, because they have titanium white in them, they are they're going to be, shall we say, longer in drying time. So Pendrake, this is a kind of an Android type of a thing here. So that's why we got all the chromy stuff, and we were basically trying to make it kind of like a Cylon here. That's why we got the glowing eyes, and that's why we've got all of the glowing stuff here. And again, here is the version that we did for the Patreon page. So that is basically circuit boards there. And actually, well, look at this Landrast. So, well, that answers that question, Landrast. This is dry. And the alkyd medium is still shiny. So that is how, oh, look at that canvas. That's how shiny the alkyd medium dries. Because that is 100% dry. Holy smokes. It wasn't quite, oh, like the blood effects. So yeah, Pendrake, we've got kind of the glowing eyes here. We've got, oh, look at this. There's even, look at that Pendrake, a little bit of glowing ooh, thanks for reminding me. Holy smokies. I wanted to get me a little bit of a glaze of our perline red down there. There we are. And again, that perline red, that is very, very translucent. There, look at that. Big, big difference there. We'll be doing, again, like what we just did here, we'll certainly be doing stuff like that on our Army of the Dead. Cam, I don't know if you remember, we used to say things like complexify and decomplexify. Yeah, that's, I'll take for schmizzled for 10,000. Actually, Pendrake, I don't know if you. Ooh, I wonder. I might actually have a picture of it here. 1 second, Pendrake. Do I still have it here? I might have. No, that's not it either. I thought I still had it, but I don't think I have it up there anymore. I used to have that. That actually was. It looked just like an avatar figure, but yeah, I don't have that anymore, unfortunately. I'll see you later, Tifu. Well, see you. Hopefully, see you well on our Saturday stream there, Tifu. Hopefully, see you then. Yeah, Cam. I think I'm trying to think of some of the ones from the early days. Yeah, trying to think of some of those from the early days. Me, come on. Boom. There we go. That's good. Now, speaking again of the early days on the Linseed Fellowship YouTube channel, that's where all of our sets. So this, right? This is gonna have to live here on the Linseed Fellowship YouTube channel. All of our 2D art stuff, and I think it's already live now. It should be, I think. But that would be the where I was sculpting some eagles, and also sculpting the bases, the flying bases for them. So yeah, those old sessions from years ago, those are all on that YouTube channel there. And all of our future sessions, that's where they're gonna have to go. There are no ads on that channel because there were no ads on our Twitch highlights. So therefore, no ads on that channel. Pendrake, well, I think you know what it means to feel for schmizzled, right? You've been feeling kind of for schmizzled for a while. See you later there, Inganes. Actually, Inganes, if you wanted to share your stuff one more time before you head off there, everybody please give Inganes a follow. So great to see you there again, Inganes. There it is. Everybody check out that Instagram link. And of course, everybody please give Inganes a follow. Is that going to be too? Oh, it's mighty close to being too dark. It is very close. Let me darken that down too. Thanks, Inganes. But oh my goodness, look at that. Thank you so much, Inganes. That is appreciated. And so yeah, Canada, I mean, just think about it. When we first started out, I think it was kind of a Lord of the Rings channel to start out with, but it wasn't a cuisine channel, right? It wasn't also a well, I think the home repair channel that did actually kind of happen early on. The home repair channel thing. I see something here. I spy with my little eye. That's why this is not making any sense. Okay. Boom. That makes a whole bunch more sense right there. Man, oh man. Oh, it only took me like, I don't know, 4 hours and 32 minutes to figure out that one shape. Eventually, we do figure things out. Not necessarily right away, but eventually. Yep, all of that definitely needed to have some more light there. So yes, 4 hours, 32 minutes. That's all it took here. And I think Camda, yeah, the GPT stuff, that just, I just did that real quick right before the stream. Renlor, it's again, it's no big deal, right? Because you can always just, if need be, you can always just prime over it, or in our case, we just paint right over it. We literally just say, all right, well that didn't work out. I'm not even gonna bother repriming. I'm just gonna paint over it. And Renlor, well, think of it this way too. I mean, your creature caster piece, right? That was from a well, that was from another time period. So even if you don't get those two necessarily done exactly the way you would like, but you're already kind of out of the game, right, Renlord? Because they're at least started there. Yeah, Pendrake, definitely share that. Those Inktober drawings there for sure. Sorry, Pendrake, didn't see that right away. But yeah, you want to share that stuff, please, please go ahead. There's another one that I have. Yep, see that? That was another one that's a bit funky there. So everybody check out that the Reaper forum there. Check that out. And again, Pendrake, I really hope that maybe by next ReaperCon, health situation's gonna be very, very different, or at least different enough. It may not be ideal. It may not necessarily make it easy, but even just being able to get there will probably feel like a big victory, right, Pendrake? Even if it's in a more limited capacity or something. So everybody please check out that Reaper forum there and give kind words and kudos to Pendrake for the Inktober drawings. Renlor, just don't want you to, and this is something I always advise, but with the contest type stuff, is the number one priority. Renlor has to be well enjoyment, of course, right? I mean that's kind of obvious there, but also learning, because Renlor, maybe those busts, if even if those busts don't work out as you want, and maybe even not the result that you want, there was still learning that happened, Renlor, and that really is key. Because Renlor, think of like the stuff with the oils, right? There's stuff that I'm doing now that I didn't even know about a month ago. See you later there, Landrast. See you on the Saturday stream. Take care there, Landrast. So yeah, Renlor, definitely be sure that again, you want to make sure you're having fun, but the learning process really is key. And again, you might learn something from that helps you with the future content. Actually, Renler, again, like we were just talking about, painting this, right? I spent two episodes doing this. This would not look the way it did if I hadn't done this one first. So, because again, I got familiar, just familiar with the bust, right, Renler? And well, I would say that right, Camda, like with the Battlestar Galactica ships, I think we're getting better and better results with each ship, right? I know that's not necessarily the exactly what you're hoping for, but again, make sure that there is the enjoyment and the learning that happens. So see you later there, Landrast. Now I'm trying. Let me let me try this again here. Ooh, we're almost there. Yes, there we go. That is what I needed over there. So everybody check out the again that drawing by that Hammerhead Space Shark there, or Hammerhead Cruiser, posted by Pindrake. You know what? Yeah, no, let me do this. Let me do this. Yeah, I was trying to reflect the brown on there, and it just whatever. It wasn't doing it. Wasn't doing it. So we just we retreat there. So again, everybody, please check out what Pindrake posted there. Try and sneak in a little bit of the sky blue there. Maybe something a little lighter, like here. There we go. Whoops, let me work it this away. And actually, Renlor, there might be some non-contest figs that you paint. Maybe maybe at the Tuesday gatherings or something like that. Inconsequential, but like kind of what we were talking about, right, Camda? A miniature that's not for anything. That just who knows? Maybe that is kind of like an inspiring type of thing there, and you draw a whole boost of confidence from that. Like I said, neither one of these things, right? Either this chrome one or the other thing like this, I had no idea if this was going to work even after the whole first episode, because I spent 2 hours, right, filming all of the freehand pattern and stuff that we did, and then I was going to cover it up with this super glossy stuff, right? So there was no undoing it once I put that glossy flesh tone on there. We were committed, so to speak. And just kind of had to have faith that, well, it'll work out as best as I can. If it's not perfection, then well, we learned something for next time. And Yeah, I know that's not necessarily. It's like that's. I was kind of hoping for it would just work, but sometimes again, you just maybe it takes a second attempt or kind of looking at things fresh. Taking a little bit of that up there, and then okay, no, just like these things here, it took several tries to get these things that like okay, that's what we need to do there, because they didn't look anything like this when I first started painting. And that's again why you want to subscribe to that Linseed Fellowship YouTube channel, because that is where this is going to reside. I'll probably put it up there sometime, I don't know, in the next week or so, and that's where it's going to stay. Let me here work this. Nope, I don't want that. That's there we go. A little bit more of my light down here and actually get rid of that crazy brown right there. But I do think as we kind of approach 5 hours here, I gotta get those Army of the Dead ready, because right now the number of Army of the Dead ready to paint for our Saturday stream is 0. We need to make that number not be 0. Again, I want to say thanks to everybody for all the bits and the subs and the follows and the cheers and the raids. We had a couple of those. Great to see Jinxed again, of course. And we'll be right back at it again. And with the oil paints, going to paint a whole bunch of Army of the Dead for our fabulous terrain board. There we go. So again, that was nice little chromey effects there. Thanks, Cam. Appreciate you being here, Cam. Thank you so much. And again, it's going to be another Armored Wolf free stream because Armored Wolf is somewhat occupied. Oh, geez, even better, Renlor. Even better, because now you can really just sort of, again, do them for yourself, right? Maximum enjoyment. So, again, I appreciate all of the stuffs there. And I think, Cam, I don't know if I sent you a picture, Cam, of all the stuff that I painted there. But I'll send you a picture of some of the terrain that I was shooting in the garage there. And see you later there, Pendrake. And again, here's hoping that you will feel much, much, much better by the time ReaperCon rolls around again.